Heyo, everybody. Alright, hang on one sec. Let's do this. I know that ads are probably still playing for some people. Let's find... Where did I put it? Here? I put it here. And boom. Alright, there's the scrandle. And then we got the... This is Pixels, Scrandle, bonus round, thingamajigger. Let's see what we got. We got the University of Miami pimento cheese milkshake. Oh, God. Vanilla ice cream, vanilla syrup, pimento cheese, potato chips. You're not wrong. That is cursed. Versus the Hill Dickinson Stadium battered Mars bar with whiskey custard. Uh, what a thing to come live to. Hi, Rainbow. Welcome in. Hi, everybody, by the way. Congrats, Pinky, on the first. Swandus on the second. Pixels on the third. Congrats, Pixels, on getting this cursed thing. Pimento cheese milkshake. Oh, man. That's crazy. Alright. Hill Dickinson is Everton men's. That means nothing to me. But sure. Alright, and then we got Lee just redeemed Scrandle, so we'll do Scrandle for the day. New one just started, it looks like. Our bonus round looks way better than Pixels' did. The Women's World Cup Australian Buttered Chicken Crisp for $7.20 versus the Borussia Mönchengladbach. German fish burger. It's a fish sandwich. So buttered chicken French fries or a fish sandwich. I'm gonna guess that's tartar sauce going along the side there, kind of thing. That's huge, actually. I don't know if that is tartar sauce, because that just, like, pours... It, like, sticks to it over here. But I'll go with this one. This is the bonus round. So, alright. If you have thoughts and opinions, feel free to share them in the chat. If you want any of them screenshotted and posted in the chat in the Discord, let me know as well. This is comparing stadium foods from around the world up against each other, voting for which one we think people would prefer more. We try to get best out of 10. So we had the Merthyr Town Football Club, Welsh. Chips, sausage, and curry sauce in a hollowed cob, which Pixels has taught us a cob is a roll, and a roll is a bun, and a bun is a blah 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 blah. It's a piece of bread. So it's a bread bowl in this case. Or we have the unknown location of the Netherlands, Bruges Kipstad, for $6.85. I don't know what this is. I didn't realize the Netherlands had Bruges. I thought it was a South African thing. I mean, it does say unknown location. It might have been, like, assuming, potentially. I don't know what this is, though. So I'm going to go with the thing that actually sounds like something I would understand. Not that it wouldn't dissuade me from, like, trying this if someone was like, hey, do you want a Bruges? But I'm just, like, presentation-wise, this at least looks presenting. Yeah, okay. 1 for 1 so far. The guy on the magazine cover. We got the Macclesfields Football Club English Steak Pie for $4.50. And the Stockport County Football Club English Pie Mash and Gravy for $5. So do you want a steak pie for $5, or do you want a pie, mash, and gravy for $5? The steak looks pretty decent. They got some weird, like... What is this? Like, it almost looks like sprinkles. I think it's seeds. It looks like seed. Macclesfield. Yep. Macclesfield. I do not have the accent to be able to pronounce these things. Pixels, give me a break. Mackles, like pedals. Mickles. Medals? They're confusing me. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the right. You get more food. Yeah, oh, 39 to 30. That's pretty oof. Okay. We got the Man City English Deep South Burger. Looks like a cheeseburger, nice melted cheese, some bacon, some fried onion rings. I don't know what this would be. More like onion crisps, maybe? Or the SS Lazio Italian hamburger for $5.20. which looks like there's some cheese maybe there. The burger, ketchup, lots of mayonnaise. It looks like there's a lot of mayo on this burger here. I do love a good mayo burger, but the left one just looks so good compared to it, you know. 74 to 29. Sassy with the fourth. Let's go. Sassy, would you prefer the Norwich Victoria Football Club English Cornish pastry with chips and gravy for $5, or the Man City Woman English steak pie mash and peas with gravy for $6.75? Cags with the fifth. Let's go. Norwich, I'm crying. Look, it says Northwich, Northwich Victoria. This says Man City Woman. And I do love a Man City Woman. The steak pie do look way better. It does have mashy peas, which turns a lot of people off in this game for some reason. But I think just in terms of like size, I mean, this is a thumb. I feel like you're probably getting more food still with this. Ooh, yeah, see, the mashy peas turn people off. The 28% there. Oof. We got the Charlotte Football Club, the U.S. 2 steak tacos for $10. Love that U.S. pricing. Or the Haverhill Rovers English Chinese chicken curry with chips for $7.50. I mean, just in terms of like sheer volume of food, you get way more food over here. Will people get turned off by the name Chinese chicken curry, though? That's a very sad looking taco. There is more onion in this taco than anything else. I've never heard of Chinese curry. Well, if you go to the English Haverhill Rovers League, you can get some yourself. They do look a little undercooked. You're not wrong. They like this one in particular looks like they chopped the potato and forgot to fry it. But I feel like people are gonna look more at like the size of this versus 2 of these little tacos with barely anything in them. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I'm right. Let's go. 60 to 20. All right. 5 down. Only got 1 out of 5 wrong. We got 4 out of 5 going for us. We got some mac and cheese. Penne, not macaroni. The Seattle Mariners in the USA using penne as their mac and cheese is criminal. Louisiana Gumbo Festival from the USA, jambalaya with cheese, boudin, egg rolls, and a beer for $10.50. I know which one I'm going with. Shout out to Louisiana, honor us if you are lurking. I'm going to pick the jambalaya. Only 47? Crazy. All right. The Arizal Stadium, Brazilian barbecue and farofa for $1.10. I mean, for $1, you get a pretty decent amount of food, I think. Or the Little Caesars Arena, USA, barbecue beef brisket, mac and cheese, cornbread, and 2 dill pickle slices for $14.25. This is like they like paper sliced the pickle slices. Like it's just folded in on itself. Ooh. Like I know this is good. It's only $1. But this looks better, like presentation wise. This mac and cheese does not look good to me. There's something wrong with this mac and cheese. I don't know. Maybe they have like a special type of cheese sauce or something they're using. 14 is kind of expensive. It is, but this is also like in a stadium USA pricing kind of thing. It do be $14.25. I'm gonna go with it just because presentation wise it looks better than this, and I think that's what people are gonna vote for. Yeah, 55 to 34. Shell pasta and the sauce looked dry. Yeah, it just didn't look good. Moving on, though. We got the Llangollen Town AFC Wales. Sausage, chips, and a curry sauce, $2. Sausage, chip, and curry sauce for $2. Sausage, chips, curry sauce, $2. Or the Nashville Soccer Club, USA. Pork belly mac and cheese for $9.50. Now this looks like a good mac and cheese. This is pork belly. So you got the nice like chunk. Lee, look away. This looks way better in terms of mac and cheese. It is almost $10 though. But I think if I was provided either of these as an option, I'd be willing to pay the $10 versus the $2 sausage, chips, and curry for $2. The longest John song about Llangollen, soft O, Llangollen, llama, 67 to 32. What do we got here? The Denver, Colorado, USA. Serving of pickled jalapenos for free. Okay. We'll call that a serving. Sure. Or the Maddocktown, English, minty peas in a cup for $1.50. You're eating the turf. I think I'll just go with the free jalapenos. I wouldn't pay $1.50 for minty peas in a cup. I don't know. What? Okay, hear me out. It could be good. You know, you have the freshness of mint mixed with the mushiness of mushy peas. Mental, look away. Hi, Mental. Good morning. Welcome on in. Please go to bed. I know it's late for you. But minty peas in a cup. I'm gonna go with the jalapenos. Well, they lost to the peas? What? I feel robbed. The New Heartland Barn, New Brunswick, Canadian taco in a bag. Corn chips, beef chili, salsa, sour cream, $4.30. This is actually kind of pretty standardized like meal at a lot of like food festivals and stuff. So that, yeah, that doesn't shock me. Or we have the Netherlands versus Senegal, FIFA World Cup. Qatar? That's what this is, right? QAT, Qatar. Beef burger for $8. I'm going with the taco in the bag. Honestly, the walking taco is so good. Yeah. Wow, 42 only. All right, well we got 8 out of 10. I feel like we got scammed. This one I understand. The mushy peas turn people off. That's fine. Whatever. This one we got scammed on. This was bad. 21% of people said they would pick mushy peas, minty mushy peas in a cup. Crazy. Anyway, thank you, Lee, for redeeming Scrandal for today. So this is a game. This game's called Along the Edge. Ignore the fact that it says I have a save. As you can see, I started the game and it started playing automatically, and then I like ran to the main menu. So I'm going to delete that real quick. Option-wise, hopefully the volume's good for everybody. I don't know what vibrations on would be, considering this is my PC. If my PC starts rattling, I might be concerned. fair warning, spoiler warning, content warning, I guess. This game potentially talks about topics if we manage to unlock them. From what I saw about this game, what I've heard about the game, it's a kind of visual novel, choose your own adventure type gameplay. So we might not run into any of those situations, but if you are sensitive to that kind of stuff, be fair. This is your warning. Cool? All right, we good? I'm starting. Along the Edge is an interactive graphic novel. I just said that. Yeah, okay. During your adventure, you will be asked to make choices that will define how your story progresses. I just talked about that too. Some of these choices will have direct consequences, forking the story in one direction instead of another. However, each of your decisions, even the most insignificant, will have an impact on the personality of the main character, Daphne. I'm Daphne. Like, I'm Batman. I'm Daphne. When one of your decisions influences Daphne's personality, one or two symbols light up at the top of the screen. The star. The globe. The sun. The moon. There were 4 others. Okay. Along the Edge, your decisions are neither good nor bad. However, the sum of your choices always lead to different scenarios. It's impossible to lose in Along the Edge. The branching of the story opens different narrative hypotheses, shaping your adventure according to your choices. Sometimes you feel a little sun, other days you feel a little bit moon. You know how it is? Sometimes you're in the stars, sometimes you're down on the globe. Or up in the globe in this scenario, I guess. Your progress saved automatically. You won't be able to change the decisions you make. Choose wisely. Dr. Durant. So you're determined then? Yes. I think I need a fresh start. The Inheritance. It's a perfect opportunity to finally turn the page. I didn't realize the captions would be this low. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to move. Shocker. I know. Closed caption's going to move up just slightly. There you go. Okay. Woo! Nadine, good morning. Welcome on in. Ooh, a nice thick donut. Let's go. I know you convince yourself of that, but are you sure you really know what you wish to achieve with this move? After all, you recently went through a major trauma, and there's still a lot of ground to cover. Between you and me, you know what I think of your decision, but I can't prevent you from leaving. Have you found a job there yet? Wow, this doctor is really invested in us. Yes, I have. Substituting for a math teacher at the village middle school. On maternity leave. 6 months. That should give me enough time to get my bearing. Girl, you're gonna move to a new town and be a new teacher? Okay, good luck. She's gonna need all the help we can get, guys. The middle schoolers are gonna eat her alive. Don't you mind giving up your PhD? Your research career was quite promising. Okay. We were going for a PhD, but we're giving it up. We're choosing to move away. Do we have any regrets? No, I do, but I have no choice. I don't know. I'm betting we're pretty committed to be doing this. It's like, no, I have no regrets. No, honestly, I don't much like being alone in the lab all day long. It'll be good to be with other people for a change. You're gonna be with middle schoolers. Ronna really stressed that. I see. The eyes of a doubtful man. Or the eyebrows of a doubtful man. One last thing. I know your relationship with Frank is quite tense. Oh? It is. You know, the breakup's still recent, and I always counted on his support. After so many years together, I need time. Oh no, did we go through a breakup and that's why we're moving away? We're giving up our life because we went through a breakup. I suppose you're aware that you're about to break your all ties with him, probably for good. Are you sure you won't regret it later? Did you at least inform him of your plan? Why? We broke up. He knows it's none of his business anymore. It's none of his business anymore. We broke up. We broke up. I'm understanding we broke up. We broke up. It's none of his business. Ooh, we mooned. No, I didn't. And it doesn't concern him anymore. Alright. Listen, Daphne. You've got my number. Please, don't be afraid to call me if you feel the need. I'm counting on you. Okay, I will. Then I suppose all I can do is wish you the best. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Chapter 1. That doctor was like psychiatrist-y, I guess? Worried? In a weird, like, fatherly way? August. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've inherited the family house, my grandmother's. I didn't know her, and now I never will. My mother had cut all her ties with that side of the family. The only side, since I never knew who my father was. Oh, we got a dark past. I remembered the birthday cards, though. My mother had hidden them between 2 piles of laundry in the linen closet. If the bond was broken, it wasn't my grandmother's fault. And here I am, 10 years later, inheriting a big house 300 miles away, when I too have severed all contacts with my own mother. Damn. Okay. That's what they call karma, isn't it? The other PhD students asked me to meet them at the bar. I could also go see Frank to say goodbye. I told Dr. Durant that I didn't want to tell him I was leaving, but this is my last chance to do things right. Am I really sure of my choice? Of course, I could also just go home. What should I do? Oh god. Go to Frank's flat, go to the bar, go home. Well, we broke up with Frank, so, and we said it's not his decision anymore, so I feel weird just being like, and now I'm gonna go to his flat. Kinda wanna know what Frank looks like, though. We can go hang out with the friends at the bar as a good last goodbye hurrah, or we just go home and peace out. I think go to the bar, right? We should go to the bar. Go say goodbye to all our friends. I went to the bar to meet the other students. I didn't have the heart to refuse. I never really fitted in with this small group. In fact, they only really think about their own academic success. I know I'll miss my research, but on the other hand, I never saw myself having a brilliant career. Wow, hang on. Music is so loud. Okay. Despite their cool, laid-back appearance, they'd slaughter each other for an article in Nature, probably without even batting an eyelid. I've never really belonged in this environment. I only wanted to advance science, to do my bit for the future. It sounds like a cliche, but it's the truth. Science will have to make do without me, and I don't think it'd be missing out too much on much. Is the music still too loud after I lowered it, or is it good now? I could lower it more. I'm worried it's gonna be like just this scene too. I thought they wanted to surprise me, to throw me a leaving party. Then again, I haven't told anybody, except for my research supervisor. He seemed a bit stunned at first, and then not too bothered. I should go. I've got a long drive tomorrow. Aw man, we didn't even have fun on our last day with our friends. Rude. I guess we're more like coworkers at that point. PhD students. That's it. Everything I own is packed in a couple boxes. I wish I felt sad about leaving, but actually, I don't really care. My last night is here. I don't know what hope to find there. A fresh start? That's what I'm trying to convince myself. Perhaps Dr. Durant is right. Maybe I'm just avoiding the real issue. Every time I read this doctor's name, I think of the Pokemon Durant. So that's not helpful. Now I'm just imagining a Durant, the Pokemon, holding like a clipboard and wearing little spectacles, being like, "So tell me about your mother." Did my mother feel the same when she left my grandmother's village 30 years ago? Am I following in her footsteps despite myself? The difference is that she had me. Me, I'm alone. I'm overthinking this. I've taken my decision. I can't afford to go back. I can't undo what I've done. I'll try to get some sleep. Hongshu, while driving. 300 miles. I got up way too early. It's gonna be a long journey. Yo, I have to drive like 300 miles myself next week. That's gonna be a pain. Little by little, civilization slowly gives way to empty spaces. The highway is replaced by interlacing small roads, and the clear directions given on the major routes become a hit and miss search for clues, which get more and more arduous as I near my destination. The road goes through the village, which I cross in a few moments. I thought I was getting away with the agitation of the city, but all this peace and serenity feels like it's hiding something sinister. Dun 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 dun. Almost ominous. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, now the music's like way too low. Alright, we'll go with that. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to be changing this up a bit every time. After a couple miles, I turned onto a dirt track overrun with weeds. I go through the gates marking the limits of the family domain. Then, on the right, I see a small stone house. That must be the lodge where the wardens, a couple, live. It was specified in the estate accounts the notary made me sign. I decide to leave the car there. I don't feel like driving all the way back in reverse if the tracks turn out to be a dead end. Bruh? Walking a bit further, I see a man coming toward me. He's carrying a rifle and holds a dead rabbit by the ears. No, bunny! Hello, miss. You're on private property. Did you take a wrong turn? I'm gonna have to give enough voices to people, aren't I? Did I take a wrong turn? Ask for directions. Apologize. We're a city gal. Ask for directions. Hello. I'm looking for the Delator family domain. Am I in the right place? Oh, you're not lost then. Why are you here? I'm Daphne. Adelaide's granddaughter. Gerard Boutin. Oh, Gerard Boutin. I'm the warden. Nobody told me you were coming. Warden. Is the house open? No. Well, yes. It's been a couple months now since Mrs. Delator passed away. My wife, Gilberte, and I, we made sure everything's weatherproofed, but the door isn't locked. Gilberte? I'm gonna say Gilberte. Really? Well, the only path goes past our house, and there aren't many visitors anyway. The villagers always avoid coming up here, you know? Why? Is it because you have... Oh, I got the sun. Why do they avoid the house? People get worked up over nothing around here. An old lady living alone in a big house who doesn't go out much, that's enough to make them talk. She's a witch. Thank you. I'll be in the house if you're looking for me. I'll be sending my wife, Gilberte. You have to say it with the... Gilberte. She'll help you open the shutters. Just follow the path. It's not very far, and you can't get lost. Alright. Goodbye, Mr. Boutin. Have a nice day. About 100 yards further on, the path in the woods ends, and I see the house, standing in a kind of clearing. This house be overgrown as fuck. Although several generations of Delators have lived here, for me, this is the first time I have seen the estate. The building is impressive, with the tower at the center of the facade. the last visage of the earlier castle, and surely the origin of my family name. The windows are boarded up. As promised, the door isn't locked and opens into an entrance hall plunged in darkness. As I cross the threshold, the chill of the old stone strikes me, slicing through the searing heat of the midday sun shining over the garden. Despite the gloom, I can make out the edges of the room, intimidating in its vastness, which makes a change from the tiny city apartments I'm used to. I'm struggling to open one of the windows to let the light in when a voice from the entrance startles me. Miss? An old woman stands at the threshold. Yes? My husband told me you were coming to the house. Are you planning to stay for the night? Much more than the night. I'm moving in. Oh, and please, call me Daphne. I'll get more than enough miss when I start working at the school. Did they tell you about the secession? Oh, you're Madam's granddaughter then. I don't know what accent I'm going with here. She used to talk about you a lot, you know. I remember you. Well, I mean, it was a long time ago. You're still a baby when Miss Sophie left. Madam never got over it. Well, I'm sure you got a lot to tell me, but can you do it while you help me open the shutters? Oh, it's so bright. Look at that. I can perfectly see her visage. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Are you moving into the castle? You're going to work in the village school, aren't you? Yes, I'm a math teacher. I'm going to teach there. Well, at least for the next 6 months. As a substitute. So tell me, how do you want to do this? How do you want to do this? What? I mean, I know you've been working for my grandmother, but I'm not sure I can afford your services, if you see what I mean. The inheritance barely left me enough to cover the cost of the house for a couple of years. Oh, don't worry. Gerard and I retired 2 years ago, but Madam didn't forget us in her will. She was kind enough to leave us the lodge to live out our days. We'll help for as long as we're able, my husband and I. We've done this all our life. Hard work doesn't scare us. Anyway, we'd be bored with nothing to do all day. Alright, your help is very much welcome, but I can't ask you to work for free. Nice, but free labor, but nice, but free labor, but nice, but free labor, but I can't ask you to work for free. But I can't ask you to work for free. It's not a job as such, just a way to keep us busy, and we like to do it, miss. Would you like me to get you some groceries from the market tomorrow? I used to do it for Madam. She didn't go out much, not after Miss Sophie left. No, don't worry. I'll go. It gave me a chance to check the village out. Miss Bortine helped me put clean sheets on my bed. The windows, now wide open, let out the musty air while ushering in the golden light of the summer evening setting sun. I guess those were shutters, technically. The, like, slotted versions. Then she leaves me alone for the first night in my new home with the grandfather clock. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick. Where the hell are we? I spend the evening watching the antique television in the kitchen while eating a leftover sandwich I bought earlier on the highway. Yum. Rest stop food. I tried to sleep, far from the reassuring sounds of the cars and the lights of the city, the forest silence only broken by the unsettling squeak of floorboards and the hoots of a hunting owl. I'm predictably grouchy the next morning, and if the sight of the empty fridge hadn't driven me to action, I would have succumbed to the inviting comfort of the sofa and wasted my day napping in the living room. Fair. The market. It wasn't exactly what I imagined. We all have romantic notions of picturesque little country markets, but this one is purely functional. Nothing romantic about the butcher's stall, nor the fishmonger's radio. Tuned in far too loud to a local station that seems to broadcast, at this hour of the day, a playlist of songs that used to be popular but are now utterly outdated. It's probably like 80s music, 90s music, early 2000s music. Used to be popular but now outdated. I'm buying some bread when someone barges in front of me. Stanislas Maltier. Malter. Give me 3 baguettes and 2 loaves of nut bread. Sliced, please. I'm sorry, but I believe it was my turn. This will only take an instant. Don't worry. Keep calm. Get worked up. We're getting worked up. We're feisty. We're mooning. Who do you think you are? You're not from around here, are you? What does that have to do with anything? Listen, miss. You really ought to educate yourself before you start making a scene. It's kind of embarrassing. See? I'm done already. It didn't take that long, did it? Have a nice day. The man slips a bill into the baker's hand before disappearing down the street. Seriously, who was that guy? Caroline Bouchard. You're not from around here, are you? He's Malter's son. His family owns the sawmill that employs half the town, and the other half are all businesses with them, one way or another. Does that give him the right to behave like that? You shouldn't cross the Malters, you know. They've been in town for generations, and people say all sorts of things about them. What kind of things? Strange accidents. Businesses usually going bankrupt. People are pretty superstitious here. It's ridiculous. Really? It's messed up. They're definitely doing something. Really? Ooh, we starred. Well, it's the countryside. I suppose a lot of people here still believe in that kind of stuff. No, I believe it. 100%. People are free to think what they think what they like. I'm leaving the area soon, so you'll understand I don't want to get involved. The others told me to watch out for that family, and I don't want any trouble. I see. Back at the house. Dun dun dun. I realize I've already been here a few days, and I haven't taken the time to visit the house properly yet. With my busy schedule, I confine myself to the main rooms, going from the bedroom to the kitchen or the living room. I ought to take advantage of the weekend to give myself the grand tour and dust the entire place and get rid of all the cobwebs and all the critters that I've moved in. Maybe I'll learn more about my grandmother and this family that I know so little about. I should try asking Miss Bortine a few questions too. Up until now, she's been very evasive. If I go see her outside her work hours, she might be more inclined to answer me. She's a very discreet woman. Somehow she manages to never be in the same room as me. If I leave the kitchen for a while, to take a shower for example, when I come back I always find the debris from my breakfast has been cleaned away, the table has been wiped, and the dishwasher is gently humming. We got ghosts! I've told her several times not to make my bed, but I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself. She acknowledges me, but keeps on making it anyway. I guess she might enjoy a friendly visit. Where should I start? Alright. Check out my mother's old bedroom. Check the tower. Or question Mrs. Bortine. I think we go to the tower. Spooky. I couldn't find the entrance to the tower. Oh my goodness. I searched inside and outside the house, but no door seems to lead into it. After randomly exploring the corridors and the rooms, I had to admit defeat. I'll have to ask Miss Bortine about this mystery. However, while I was searching for the damned entrance, my feet took me down to the basement, where I discovered a treasure trove of old wines. Girl, you were supposed to go up. How'd you go into the basement? The most recent bottles were around 30 years old. I guess my grandmother wasn't much of a drinker. and the wine cellar must have remained untouched since her husband passed away. Did my mother come here during her teen years, defying her parents' rules, to steal a bottle to share with her friends from the village? Was I conceived during one of those parties, celebrated by sacrificing these rare vintages on the altar of youth with my mother, Sophie, not sober enough to resist the charms of some young farmer? We're definitely related to the Marters. When I was old enough to ask her, she always told me, with a dismissive wave of her hand, that my father was from the village and hadn't wanted to recognize a child he hadn't asked for. All in all, she said, we were better off without him. Definitely a Maltaire. Maybe I could bring a bottle to Miss Bortine. Yeah, let's take a bottle. As I take a bottle from the shelf to decipher its dusty label, it slips from my hand and smashes it. Girl, what? Suddenly, I'm overwhelmed by a feeling as though I am violating something sacred, trampling the memory of my grandfather, who might have selected this precise vintage to celebrate something special. I begin to question my intentions. You dropped the glass bottle. Am I offering this bottle as an honest mark of affection toward a kind old lady, or am I planning to get Miss Bortine drunk so I can extract information from her? Oh. I wasn't even thinking of that. I was just like, hey, girl. Thanks for making my bed. Here's a bottle of wine. I mean, I'm still going to do it. Let's just take another bottle. A white Bourgogne. 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 I can't speak. She should like it. And anyway, I don't have to drink myself into a stupor with Miss Bortine. I'm sure I can drink responsibly. Surely. I won't make myself drunk. What should I do next? We're just gonna do everything? Let's just go to the mother's room first, then. My grandmother lived alone in this big house, so she kept most of the rooms shut and just stayed on the ground floor, on the left side of the building. I've taken over her living quarters, and with the nights getting colder, I'm glad I don't have to keep the whole house warm. I look over the other rooms, the parlors on the ground floor, the multiple bedrooms above. Everything seemed frozen in time. The furniture is covered with white linen sheets, perhaps waiting for better days to return, like the days before Adelaide was a widow, when my mother still lived under her roof. Her old bedroom hadn't changed. It's still a room of a teenage girl, even if I can see that someone had hastily made room for me, the baby, about to be born. There are still band posters from another age pinned to the wall, and the crib where I might have spent my first few nights before my mother decided to leave. Is this a... This poster looks familiar, but I don't know if that's just because it's a face. Like, is this an actual band? But there aren't any white linen sheets to protect the furniture in this room, and it looks as though it's been cleaned up very recently. What should I do now? Okay, now we go talk to her. Good morning, Miss Bortine. How are you doing today? I already forgot what I gave her. Oh, hello, Miss... Oh, nope, that's not right. Hello, Miss Daphne. My joints ache a bit today. But it must be the colder weather. Summer's always goes so fast. It's always fall already. Can't you believe... I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna... But that's enough about me. You haven't come around here to listen to an old woman complaining about her aches and pains. How can I help you, miss? About my mother's room, about the tower. Tell me what it was like in the old days. I brought you a bottle. I found this bottle in the cellar. Would you join me for a glass? Oh, I'm not sure it's very wise, miss. Please, I insist. It would be my pleasure. You wouldn't make me drink alone, would you? Well, all right, if you insist. But just a small glass for me. Something else? How about another drink? My mother's bedroom. I visited the house, gone into every room, and I noticed all the furniture were covered with white linen sheets. Yes, it was Madam, your grandmother, who asked me to close most of the rooms. She lived alone in the house, and she never had any visitors. It was to prevent the furniture from being damaged. Why are you asking? Do you want me to open up the rest of the house? Well, that's a good idea. It's a bit of extra work for you, but it would certainly improve my quality of life. One of the rooms, I'm guessing it was my mother's old bedroom. Why wasn't it closed like the others? It's what Madame wanted. You know, when Miss Sophie left, it broke her heart. She was never the same afterwards. Until the day she died, she never gave up hope that your mother would come back. She asked me to make up her room every day, just in case, she'd say. She would have been delighted to meet you. Such a pretty young lady as you are. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Must be the little pick-me-up you brought me. Haha, yeah, yeah, while you ramble, want to have another drink? Can I top you up? It's a bit early in the day, miss. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Ooh. Ooh, do we push? Do we push? We push. We moonin'. Come on, you're not going to stand on ceremony, are you? Just one more. Alright, I suppose a small one won't hurt, would it? It's the first time I've drunk a bottle from the castle cellars. It would be a pity to let it go to waste. But it's the last one. Well, you'll be calling my Gerard to carry me home. Don't worry, this is just between the two of us. It'll be our little secret. And there's like 50 more bottles down there. Something else? Yeah, now tell me about the tower. I couldn't find the entrance of the tower. Do you know how to get inside? Well, couldn't say, miss. No, I couldn't tell you how to get in if my life depended on it. Madam, your grandmother said that it had been walled up, and that we were better off not knowing what was inside it. Do you mean that no one's been inside the tower for what, 30 years? 40? My grandfather's in there? Goodness me, much more than that. I'm 67. I've been living here since I was 14, and the tower's always been that way. Dang, girl. You look great for 67. Nobody knows what's in the tower? But surely, you must have some idea, don't you? You've been listening to the stories those idiots in the village tell, witchcraft and such like. Don't you listen to them. Your grandmother was a great woman. A great woman, do you hear me? It's those Maltaires who are the real witches. They're a family of damned devil worshippers. Oh, now we're getting this juicy stuff. Everything's their fault. What? What do you mean? What stories of witchcraft? Oh, dearie me, I'm running my mouth off, as they say. It's the wine talking. But, but, Rainbow, the decadent soup. Good morning, Rainbow. I've already said too much. Please, let's just forget it. Something else? Yeah, just tell me what it's like in the old days. Tell me what it was like in the old days, before my mom left, I mean. The end was already in sight when your mother left, if I may say so, miss. I can't believe they put wine in my soup. Wow, and I had to drink the whole bowl. You know, couldn't waste the bowl. There was only your grandmother, Madame Adelaide, and Miss Sophie living. I had to, like, think about the name before I could say it every time. Your grandfather died when your mother was still a little girl. An illness that took him without warning. The doctors couldn't do anything for the poor man. But back when I arrived, things were different. There were lots of people living in the castle. Cousins, uncles, aunts, and a whole gaggle of children. So what happened? I don't really know. It just happened. There were unexplained deaths, accidents. Some of them left the area and we never heard from them again. Kind of like your mother. You know, it's honestly a shock that you came back to the house a little bit. Like, we kind of didn't even really know if you were alive still because your mother just never replied to anything. We weren't really sure how the will was going to work out. Anyway, everything started to go downhill when the Maltaires bought the sawmill. Did they fall victim to a Final Destination movie? It sounds like it. What's the connection? Or there must be a connection. These are kind of the same conversation, but, like, this is like feigning ignorance, or actually you are ignorant and this is like you're putting pieces together kind of thing. Let's play dumb. Do you really think that's linked? We globed? I mean, there's no logical connection between buying a sawmill and those accidents. I couldn't say, miss. All I know is that when the Maltaires flourished, the Delators with it. I met Maltaire's son at the bakery. That lout? It's none of my business, of course, but you should be careful of him. He's a good-for-nothing who spends his time doing goodness knows what in his car. Damn. I agree with you. He seems like a troublemaker. Uh-huh. We moonin'. You're right. He acted like a jerk with me. Ah, you see? Exactly my point. Now, while we're talking about the past, maybe you'd like to see the old photo albums? Absolutely. Tell me where they are, and I'll take a look at them. Thanks. They're in the cupboard in the living room. You'll see. There are even some of your great-grandfather's old photos. Yeah, pick A! Or pick A? Something else? No, we talked to you. We got you nicely wasted. Thank you very much. See you later. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll come back later. Alright. To the cupboard. Go look for the photo albums or question, let's look at the photos first. I found the photos where Mrs. Bortine had told me they would be. And I discovered that my great-grandfather had had an early passion for the dark room, and that his photographs from the last century have survived time. The family was larger then, with a swarm of children in the gardens and large tables at the holiday gathers. If worry could be read on the faces of the adults, if the future ruin and dereliction of House Del Tor could already crack the walls and yellow the wallpaper, it didn't show in these old daguerreotypes. Sure. Oh, I also have a passion for a darkroom. Aioli? I found a couple of pics. Do you also take photos in the darkroom? If so, feel free to share. I found a couple pictures of my mother, first as a child, then as a young girl. The discovery of this treasure moved me. I have never before seen what she looked like when she was younger. The final pictures show her belly getting rounder and rounder. It's almost like she got pregnant as a child. And then nothing. Like she gave birth to you. No more, no more photos. As if nothing worth documenting had happened during the last 30 years. Damn. The conversation with Mrs. Bortine aroused my curiosity. The tower, the village, the Maltaires, and I thought my relocation would lead to a life of austerity and isolation. I feel like these darkroom photos would be like a crime scene. I have to admit that what's going on in this village is far more intriguing than I anticipated. I mean, it's less the village and more just the house at this point. Unfortunately, the realities of everyday life catch up with me before I have time to look into it. I'm obliged to spend the last days of August preparing for my classes at the middle school, and I hadn't realized how much work that would involve. Yo, teaching is rough. As an ex-middle school teacher, you gotta put a lot of work into that shit. When she was like, I'm gonna be a substitute math teacher for 6 months, I was like, girl, no. What did you teach? Science. So I spent most of my time shut up in the house, buried in the textbooks textbooks for all the new classes I've been given. Then the first day of school arrived, and despite a few difficulties, after a couple of weeks I began to get my bearings at the school. Life fell into routine. The days passed by like trains. What a comparison, okay? Chapter 2. September. Another thing Ray and I have in common. Science teachers, Tumblr. We read a fan fiction. Rainbow wrote a fan fiction. I didn't write one. I read it. I've decided to take advantage of the weekend and go back to the market. I'm sure someone will finally agree to tell me more than the tidbits I've managed to gather up on my own. Up to now. Especially about the Maltaire family, who seem to fascinate half the village and terrify the other half. I should start with the baker. If she hasn't finished her season already, she can't be far off. She wouldn't be taking much of a risk sharing some gossip with me, seeing as she's leaving until next summer. Next up, goal, you write a fanfic. Let's finish the one that we have first. I see Gerard Boutine. Gerard Poutine, on the other side of the square. He's talking to someone, a tall man with a self-possessed air. I could go over so that he has to introduce me, but the bakery is about to close. I might not get another chance to question Mr. Bouchard. What should I do? Do I talk to the man who lives on my property? Or do I talk to the person who's literally leaving town, skipping town for a whole year? Let's go talk to the lady who's skipping town. Hello, Mrs. Bouchard. Ah, there you are. No, nope, that's not the voice I had either. I gave her like an old lady voice, didn't I? Like, no, nope, nope. You went to high school with Gerald Poutine? Nope. I give up. Hello, miss. You're in luck. I was just about to close. Are you finishing the season too? Yes, I am. We ran a bit more into September than we planned, but that's it. We're calling it a day. 2 weeks vacation, then we're moving to the Alps, my husband and I. We're doing the ski season there. Oh, that will make a change. I'm glad to be leaving. The money's not bad, but I don't like the atmosphere around here. Unlike Abu, who just showed up. Ayo, Abu. Nice scrumptious asparagus. Ah! So, will it be one baguette as usual? Ooh, we have a custom order already. A whole baguette. Yes, but I wanted to ask. Yes? What do you know about the Maltaires? I told you I don't want to talk about them. I don't want any trouble. But you'll be leaving soon. What do you think's going to happen? Oh, is it because of those witchcraft stories? Oh, do we lean into the you have nothing to worry about, or do we lean into the like pushing what the rumors are for? I think the middle one's kind of like eh. I think we lean into the you'll be leaving soon, and be like, you got nothing to worry about. No, but even if I'm like, oh, Caroline told me this, blah, 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 you'll be all the way in the Alps, you know? I really need to know. Nobody wants to tell me anything, and seeing as you're leaving soon. You seem like a nice young lady, so listen to me carefully. She takes me by the arm, pulls her face close to mine, and whispers. The Maltaires, they're sorcerers. That's why they got the whole village under their thumb. If you do something they don't like, bad things happen. How do you think I got this place? Bakers don't take 3-month vacations. Mr. Blanchard, the owner of the shop, 3 months in the hospital, physio, the lot, the poor man. He fell down the stairs. The other shopkeepers, they told me he'd had words with the mayor. With the mayor? Well, yeah. Yves Maltaire. He's the mayor of the village, didn't you know? No, I didn't. Apparently, they were talking one evening. Some petty quarrel about the land register, a fence that wasn't at the right place or something. And then bam! The next day, he falls down the stairs, just like that. Do you really believe all that? Well, I'm a bit more of a doubting Thomas, but now my name's Caroline. They did that to me too. I used to be Thomas, now I'm Caroline. I only believe what I see, but it's troubling. Joke about it, take it seriously. We'll take it seriously. Thank you for talking to me.
I'll be discreet. Don't worry. Well, now you know as much as I do. You be careful with them. I hate it if it was my fault that something happened to you. Don't worry about me. Goodbye, Miss Bouchard.
Alright. And we'll never see her again. I glance around for Mr. Boutine and his mystery companion, but they're already gone. Too bad. I go around the shops trying to find out about the Maltesers as I buy fresh contents for my refrigerator and the baguette I bought. Unfortunately, now that I've been identified as the young heiress, their tongues are tied. The villagers have become surely polite, yet distant. Surly. As I carry my groceries in the car, it begins to rain. And it doesn't stop for the whole weekend and the beginning of the next week. We're in the monsoon season, apparently. I'm at school, teaching geometry to my 6th grade class when nature finally intervenes to give the sun back. But the respite is short-lived when a bit later, I discover a summons to the principal's office in my locker, my teacher locker. Even though I'm now on the other side of the fence and I no longer risk a detention, I admit it worries me a little, adding a sense of menace to the otherwise radiant summer day. When I venture into the principal's office, I discover Mr. Chastanet. Mr. Chastanet, the principal, in a heated debate with someone who I guess is the irate mother of one of my pupils. The poor man is ashen. He cowers behind his desk, and he's so hunched up in his big leather chair, it's as if he's melting into the upholstery. Jean Chastanet. I'm sure I'm adding like 14 syllables there. Please, Mrs. Leveque. You must admit that your demands are most unusual, to say the least. Don't forget that Miss Delatour is only here for 6 months. Everything will go back to normal when Miss Dupuy comes back. Ah, here she comes. Mr. Chastanet fixes me with an imploring gaze, as if I was his only hope of salvation. Did you want to see me? Yes, please, take a seat. Let me introduce you to Mrs. Leveque, Jean-Baptiste's mother, you know, one of your 6th grade students. Speak to her directly? Speak to the principal? Let's speak to her. Hello, Mrs. Leveque. It's nice to meet you. I'm Daphne Delatour, Mrs. Dupuy's substitute. I'm really very satisfied with your son's work. He's an excellent student. Are you kidding me? You must realize I'm not here to talk about my son's math skills. Look, Mr. Chastanet, I'm not here to exchange words with this. Anyways, we have an agreement, you and I hope you'll keep your word. Jean-Baptiste's mother glares at me coldly. I hear the director mutter in his beard. He doesn't have a beard. But we haven't agreed to anything. I don't know what to make of this situation. After a few seconds that feel like hours, I give up and say, Right, well, let's get to the point. What's this all about? I'm not sure how to tell you this. Mrs. Leveque wishes to remove her son from your class. Did I do something wrong? I have nothing to be ashamed of. Did I do something wrong? We'll lean into that. We done it. I don't understand. Everyone seems quite happy with my work. Why would you want to remove your son from my class? This has nothing to do with your teaching. Mrs. Leveque, be reasonable. You can't ask us to change the classes just like that, for no good reason. We edging? We sure are, Lissy. Mwah. For no good reason? Ha! That's it. You're falling under the Delatour spell, too. This family of pagans! You arrive in town, And just like that, you think you can get away with anything. Like a licorice flavored waffle that Lissy just got away with. But me, I can see that what you're up to, and I won't be fooled like the others. Do you want me to say it? What are you? What do you want me to say it? What you are? A witch! Those tales of witchcraft have nothing to do with me. I don't know if that's true. In that case, I may be unwise to make me angry. Calm down. I don't mean you any harm. None of these are good options. Um, um, I'm gonna go with, I'm torn between the first one and the second one, honestly. The third one is kind of like meh, whatever, to me. The tales of witchcraft have nothing to do with me. And in that case, it may be unwise to make me angry. I just got claimed as... She's claiming I'm a witch. Have we checked if she weighs more than a goose? Let's go with don't make me angry. Oh, we star-mooned. If you truly believe I'm a witch, perhaps it would be better to not make me angry. If you behave yourself, I promise you I won't initiate your son into any mysteries except those of geometry. I mean, math is pretty mysterious, especially geometry. I would happily continue to explain myself, but Mr. Chastanet interrupts to cut short the discussion. You see, I was sure that if we discussed it rationally, we could come to a consensus. The rational consensus of don't make me angry, I'll curse you. Yes, very rational. I trust you're reassured, Mrs. Levaque. And Miss Delatour, I hope I can rely on you to take good care of our dear Jean-Baptiste's progress. Of course, sir. I pay special attention to Jean-Baptiste. What? Oh, you're in it together. There's no other explanation. It's almost like the principal and the teacher are working together. You, Delatour, you won't get away with this. You haven't heard the last of me. Without warning, she leaves the room, slamming the door behind her, going very dramatically spinning in the air. Okay. There's an awkward silence, which is quickly broken by Jean Chastanet. That's the third time she's burst into my office for this nonsense. Witch! I believe I owed you one, Daphne. Is this another high school drama with weird dinos? Not quite, Kaji. We might be a witch, though. Also, we're a teacher. So we're in a middle school, not a high school. You really got a nerve, or it's my job. You got a nerve, man. You are the principal. Next time, please don't ambush me like that. It's not up to me to do your job. Dun 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 dun. I'm a substitute teacher. I'm only here for 6 months. I don't give a fuck. When I finally get out of school, it's almost dark and rain is pouring down again. As if today's events haven't annoyed me enough. I mean, honestly, what does she think she's doing making trouble for me like that? As if it's normal. Lissy, you did it! Rainbow look. Fight, Lissy do fight. Dandy for a fight. Beautiful. I love it. I haven't convinced Ray to play my favorite pigeon dating simulator yet. Otherwise, I would have changed her straight into a frog or something. These witchcraft stories are quite fascinating. It's hard to believe the Maltaires have the whole area under their thumb, just like that. So cross me, would you? Bam! One little curse and no more problem. There must be a price to pay. But what nonsense. Things like that don't exist, clearly, at all. Even if I would like them to. I've lit a cigarette and I've sit by the window, brooding over these thoughts. We smoke? We got the cigarette, we're hanging out the window, waiting for our husband to come from the war. When suddenly the headlights of a car illuminate the bend in the road. The husband's come home from the war. To my surprise, it turns at the gate and comes up the lane to the house. Who would visit me this late? I think I recognize the grubby gray van with the ladder on its roof and the hastily patched up right ring mirror. How is this possible? What is he doing here? Oh god, is it? Could it be? I run down the stairs. I open the front door. Frank? Oh god, we have a stalker. There he is, my ex-lover, at the door, drenched by the relentless rain. Frank, I purposely didn't tell you where I was. My heart sinks at the thought of seeing him, talking to him once again, just when I resigned myself to the fact that he was a remnant of the past. First happy, then not so much. How did he know? How did he find me? Great questions we should be asking ourselves the second we see him. I haven't even told him I was leaving. Exactly. Daphne, how long do you plan on making me wait in the rain? We need to talk. But, what are you doing here? Frank stands in the hall, watching me, clearly annoyed. He looks like Wild. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Hey, Frank, instantly. I know we broke up, but didn't it even cross your mind to call and let me know that you were moving to the other side of the country? No, because we broke up. We broke up. Why would I tell you I'm moving other side of the... What? I mean... What do you mean? Come on, explain. No, I leaned very heavily into this at the beginning. It wasn't none of your business. It's got nothing to do with you. You said it yourself. We broke up. Alright, then tell me why I'm still getting your mail. Shit, I knew I forgot to do something before I left. My mail? Yeah, a letter from your mother. I know your relationship's difficult, so I figured it's probably important. And then I had to track you down, which wasn't exactly child's play. It would have been easier if you'd let me know your new address. You know, maybe I could have, like, given it to the post office, right? Returned a sender or something on the card instead, but things are going on. You know, I don't know what country we're in. They all seem like they're French with the names to a degree ish. I don't know about the French postal office, but in the US at least you could just do that. Since I'm between jobs, I thought I'd take a few days. No, you're between jobs. You're not taking a few days off. Frank smiled at me, looking amused, then pretending to check out the room. He adds, I've been dreaming of a weekend in a bed and a breakfast. Or should I say, a castle and breakfast. So, what do you think? It's a little bigger than our old flat on the main street. Do you ever get lost on the way to the bathroom? You know, I always thought you were a bit of a toff. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Daphne? What's a toff? Is a toff like a posh? Quit talking crap. What? You don't like Lady Delator? What about Lady Daphne? Or Your Grace? Or, Your Grace sounds perfect, don't you think? Frank is wandering around the hall, inspecting the furniture and ornaments. If I kill Daphne, I'll say nothing. If there's one thing he's particularly good at, it's the way he can diffuse tense situations by creating them in the first place. Do you mind if we talk about it tomorrow? I've got to say, I'm shattered. As he speaks, he pulls a letter from an inside pocket and places it on the chest of drawers in the hall. Your mother's letter. I know it's not easy for you, but if you need to talk about it, I'm right here. Fuck off, Frank! Thank you. Well, if it's okay with you, I'm gonna crash on your sofa for a few hours. The sofa's downstairs, sir. There's like 4,000 rooms up here. I can't let you sleep on the sofa. Okay, never mind. We actually guided him up the stairs. I'll set you up in a guest room. Even better, show me the way. I wake up early in the next morning. Apparently I sleep topless, you know, as you normally do in a house when you live by yourself for so long. I mean, this is how women get murdered. Frank must still be asleep upstairs, and I won't be awake up for at least a couple of hours if I know him. I don't feel like getting up yet, so I decide to stay snuggled up under the quilt for a few more minutes. The music is picking up again. Okay. I think about what happened yesterday and how odd this situation is. Frank is fast asleep in a room just a few yards from mine. I can't believe he came all this way just to bring me a letter from Mom. It's almost crazy. Is he regretting our breakup? Is this letter just a pretext to see me again? Yeah, probably. He learned that you inherited a castle and he's like, oh shit, she got money. Smother him. I was ready to never see him again after everything we'd gone through. We met almost 10 years ago. It was so unlikely. We had such completely different lifestyles. He was a carpenter, and I was a freshman at the university, a science major. I just arrived in town. I mean, I can't blame her for falling in love with a carpenter. I mean, he probably, you know, like, he's got the bulk on him, probably. There was a party at an acquaintance's. I still don't know why I was invited. I don't know why I went either. I was a freshman. I guess when you're 20 years old, you jump to any occasion to go out. I guess the idea of escaping my student digs was enough to convince me to put on a pretty dress and jump a bus. Or jump on a bus, excuse me. I prefer my carpenter to still, you know, have a job. Well, back then, 10 years ago, maybe he was still a carpenter. She's giving us the flashback right now, Rainbow. Give her a little bit of... Frank shouldn't have been there either. Oh, apparently. He was working on a particularly demanding project, but our hostess had insisted until he had given up and agreed to come. Oh, never mind. He's like an apprentice. Like, look at the scrawny lad. I guess that's what we call fate. The magic worked right away. Then, it was the same old story. A few years later, we moved in together. It was stupid paying 2 rents when we were living with each other all the time. 2 years ago, we took things a step further. Frank's small carpentry business was doing well. My PhD was on track. The subject just came up by itself. Hey cutie, what up Billy? Frank asked me if I wanted to have a baby. For him, it was so simple. He was so sure about it. He was so sure of everything, of the strength of our relationship, that he didn't want to wait any longer. That it was the right time. Damn, we're gonna have a baby? Slap Lissy. Damn. Lissy, I'd be gasping too. Did he even propose? Listen, again, I don't know what this country is. I don't know how they do. It seems Frenchish. I don't know how they do in France. Do they get married in France? Do they just jump straight to baby after moving in together? Who knows? Are they religious people? Clearly, there's talk about witchcraft in her life, but like she wasn't raised that way, so there's a lot of unknowns. I had cold feet at first, objecting that I wanted to finish my PhD first, that we would have to think about it, but he managed to convince me. It wasn't that hard. I loved him more than anything, and I knew that sooner or later I would want to start a family with him. Why wait? We were happy. And then, late in the pregnancy, a few weeks before the due date, I lost the child. Ooh. Uh, Content warning, I guess. I did it earlier at the beginning of the stream if you weren't here for this. Uh, Multiple plot points happen along the story at some random points of time. Some of them are gonna. I don't know what all the different plot points are that could potentially show up because of the choose your own adventure style. Apparently, we hit the miscarriage track. Whoops. Anyway. um, they made me keep the lifeless thing in my belly for days until the doctors decided to induce labor. They didn't understand what had gone wrong. Frank stayed with me at every step. He held my hand as I expelled death from my womb. The doctor refused to let me see the baby, objecting that I was too fragile to handle it. But I saw Frank's eyes when they pulled the motionless and silent corpse out of me. I clung to him as much as I could, but there was a chasm in my chest. Chasm. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I knew something was irrevocably broken. Frank decided to incinerate the body and scatter the ashes. Burying the body meant naming it and making it, in a way, exist. Yep, I'm going back. I'm going to lurk. Yeah, no worries, Billy. And that was much more than we could bear. In any case, I was incapable of making any decisions. When the first shock wave and the tsunami it created in our lives finally receded, I realized our relationship was doomed. Yeah, okay. You know what? I can understand why the track of how we got to where we are now came from this. If it was like, oh, our relationship was so good and we wanted to have a baby and all that, and then it's like this happened, and then it was like, oh, the depression kick in kind of situation. And it's just like, you know, we drifted apart because of it, kind of thing. I blamed Frank, myself, the universe. Seeing Frank every day reminded me of everything I'd gone through, and our daily life had become a hopeless ordeal. Yeah, one day it was too much, so I closed the door on that life. Grief can consume. Yeah, she grieved. It also explains why we decided to move to the other side of the country, into our grandma's residence. Frank kept our old apartment, and I took a furnished flat in the meantime. And that also explains why Frank is still in love with us. Then, a couple of months later, the notary told me my grandmother had just passed away, and she had bequeathed everything to me. I take a quick shower, then go downstairs. The noise from the coffee machine tells me that Frank's found his way to the kitchen. Mom's letter is still propped on the chest of drawers in the hall. I'll have to open it sooner or later. What should I start with? Read the letter, go into the kitchen. Let's face our demons. And by demon, I mean Frank. Frank holds a steaming mug of coffee and is gazing out through the French windows. They are French. At least the windows are French. So you managed to figure out the coffee machine. You know me. Without my morning coffee, I'm a total zombie. Same. Did you sleep well? Very well. I've been thinking things over. I've been thinking things over. Did I sleep very well? Hell no, I have not slept very well. I have to admit, I didn't get much sleep with you being here. You know, it stirred up some stuff for me, too. And you must have guessed, I haven't traveled 300 miles just to play mailman. Do the windows say bonjour? this they like pull back a curtain and suddenly it's like Beauty and the Beast, like all the furniture and everything's alive. It's like, oh, your grandmother was a witch. She cursed the entire town. We're all furniture. Ooh, a fiery donut. Nice spicy donut, Billy. Let's go. I figured your arrival might have an ulterior motive. I think you know exactly why I'm here. So I'm gonna ask you straight out. Can I move in with you? I don't have a flat anymore. I don't have a job anymore. Blah 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 blah. What do you think, Daphne? Tell me. Should we try to start over together? Yes. No. I don't know. Uh, sir. Sir. I leaned pretty heavily, not knowing anything, I leaned pretty heavily in the I'm not going to tell you anything, and you still showed up here. So I'm going to say no. I can see how I could switch from being the route that I took to saying, yeah, I'm willing now that I know the backstory, of the plot. But I'm going to stick with my guns. I didn't tell you on purpose. Yeah, I made that choice earlier. Me, the crab on screen, made that choice for Daphne earlier, and I'm going to stick with my guns. Look, I don't think it's such a good idea. Not after everything we've been through. Alright. At least that's very clear. Yeah, no, me moving 300 miles away wasn't clear enough. Also, explains more about how 300 miles is across the country in this, because my brain was like, 300 miles? I'm within the same state still. Sure, I got it like across the state. To my astonishment, his face relaxes all at once. He grins at me and changes the subject. So, seriously, what have you been doing here all this time? I tell him about my life and everything that's happened since I arrived. The Bortines, the Maltese, the tower with no entrance, and all the crazy stuff. I mentioned that now I'm a school teacher. Right? Well, I gotta say, your stories are very exciting, but also kind of worrying. Here's what I suggest. Whatever happens, I'm gonna stick around here for a while. I don't have any contracts in the near future, and I can afford to give myself a couple weeks off. After that, we'll see. If I find some work around here, I'll stay a few more months. If it's not as if there's anyone waiting for me to come home, and it would just give us some time to think things over. His bro's trying to move in, even though we told him no. Does it bother you if I stay at the castle for a week or two, just until I can find a room somewhere? Yes, it bothers me. You can stay a few days. I'd rather not. No means no. We're mooning him. Listen, all things considered, I'd prefer you checked into a hotel if you really want to stay around. It's complicated enough without having you under my feet, especially with our past. Okay, fine, I understand. But I'll be popping around for coffee from time to time, so be prepared. Bro, I said no. But, no buts. You owe me that at least, don't you think? No, I don't. I'll get going then. I don't want to make you late. Before I have a chance to react, he's planted a kiss on my cheek and is out the door. I hear his van engine fading into the distance. Mom's letter still taunts me from on top of the chest of drawers. It's high time I find out what it's all about. No means no, Frank. The envelope is dog-eared and yellowing, as though it had traveled a lot. It's almost as if... whatever. The stamp is foreign. The lettering tells me that it was probably posted somewhere in Asia. Mom be traveling, apparently. I open it with a shaking hand. It's the first news I've had from her for years. It's been, what, 5 years? 6 years? I can't remember the last time we talked. Frank has never even met her. She was always a terrible mother, extremely controlling, but also glacially cold and strict. When I turned 18, I got a university scholarship, which allowed me some financial independence, which in turn quickly became total independence. I couldn't put up with her interference with my life any longer. Little by little, we lost touch. One year, I made an excuse to not visit her at Christmas. The next year, I just sent her a card. I started to filter her calls, and one day, the phone stopped ringing. The bond was broken, and years have passed without me noticing her absence. When I tried to contact her, she had disappeared without leaving an address. I must admit, I didn't try very hard to track her down. I mean, apparently, like mother like daughter, because we also disappeared without leaving an address. And now, out of nowhere, she comes back into my life with this letter. Her nervous, jerky handwriting hasn't changed. The context of the letter, though, is as cryptic as it is brief. Daphne, please don't accept the inheritance from your grandmother. Don't go back there. You'll only be putting yourself in danger. Regards, Sophie Delatour. Mama. That closing says a lot about her tender-heartedness. I wasn't expecting your mommy who loves you, but well, Mom never talked about the time she spent here with my grandmother in her castle. It seemed obvious to me that something had happened. But what? I turn this over in my mind as I drive to school. Look, 6-7. The days fly by fast as an arrow. With everything that's happened since yesterday, I'm having trouble keeping my mind on my work. When I get to the castle, night had fallen, and the house is as dark and empty as usual. I wonder if I should have asked Frank to stay after all. Girl, we made a decision, stick with it. It would have been company for me, if only for a few days. A few days turns into a couple weeks and turns into a couple years, and then you try to have another kid again. We're not falling down that rabbit hole. No, I mustn't second guess myself. It would have been a mistake to let him stay. Days, then weeks go by. Sometimes I run into Frank at the market. We make small talk. Almost too small. One weekend, he drops by for coffee, but then I've gone out. I find a note stuck to the door. I begin to wonder if our relationship has become one huge missed opportunity. I'm walking in the forest. The leaves have begun to redden, and the trees are clad in the bold colors of fall. It's getting late, but it's too busy strolling along the path. I haven't noticed, but night has begun to fall. I can see the castle at the end of the trail, but as I get closer, it seems to move away. I feel a presence behind me. Something deeply evil, ominous, almost sickening. Let's break this down. 1. Your partner has moved 300 miles away from you without telling you or leaving an address. 2. She tells you she isn't interested in getting back together. 3. She doesn't want you in her house, so you kiss her and tell her that you would be helping yourself to her house, no matter what, and tell her that it gives us time to think things through. Uh-huh. Pretty much, Rainbow. Yep. Although apparently he doesn't swing by the house at all. And we just like occasionally run into him in the village once in a while. I begin to run. Not from Frank right now, but I am running from Frank. The house has disappeared completely, and I find myself in some kind of meadow. There's something in the middle, something that softly reflects the moonlight. As I get closer, I discover it's an oval pool filled with silvery liquid. The image reflected on the surface is me, but it's not me at the same time. The sensation of dissonance gets stronger as I draw nearer. I can make out my facial features, but something has changed. I realize I'm dressed all in black, even though I'm wearing white. But I'm wearing black, but I'm wearing white. My hair has grown, and my eyes seem to burn like a cold light, almost chilling. Well, I got the fancy-ass gloves going all the way up the arms. I reach toward the mirrored surface, my fingers stretched out, and the reflection starts to tremble, as if it's resonating. When my fingers touch the cold and strangely clammy surface, it shatters into 1,000 pieces. For a few moments, the darkness is absolute. I'm in some kind of garden. A heavy fog surrounds me. Am I in a dream sequence? What's going on? I'm moving forward towards a reddish light that pulls me toward it like a lighthouse in a muffled, turbid storm. I can make out a statue, a sort of human-sized sphinx, carved in granite. There is something majestic yet profoundly sad in the hunched-up, impassive attitude of the creature. When I'm close enough to distinguish it, I realize the creature wears my face. I see my countenance reflected in hers like a mirror. Though her eyes come alive, and the imploring, helpless look seems to beg for mercy. I'm frozen in contemplation, my heart's overflowing with sadness and awe. Once again, I feel the sickening presence, like a warmth breath at the back of my neck. I turn, struggling against the terror which invades me, and suddenly I'm falling endlessly. Darkness buries me. I wake up with a jolt. Chapter 3. I'm a Griffin Lady. October. Spooky, scary skeleton season. Sending shivers down my spine. And barefoot, in the grass, before me, the black masses of the forest seem to invite me in. I've gone redheaded now. I can feel a hand on my arm. Miss? I heard a noise, so I came to check. Mrs. Bortine is standing next to me, looking concerned. What am I doing here? What happened? A bad dream, miss. Just a bad dream. Come on, let's get you back to bed. It's the forest, right? The Sphinx calling me? Miss Bortine guides me back to the bedroom. I fall into a dreamless sleep. When I wake up again, the sun is well in the sky. I'm surprised to see Mrs. Bortine still here, asleep in a chair on the other side of the room. She watched me sleep. Can Mrs. Bortine be our love? She is married right now, Rainbow. I'm not saying no, but she is married. She's sleeping so peacefully, I feel almost guilty waking her up. Mrs. Bortine? Oh, hello, Miss Daphne. I'm sorry, I must have dropped off. Dropped off? What are you doing here? Oh, don't you remember? You gave us quite a fright last night. My Gerard heard you go out. He heard a noise and went to check what it was. When he saw it was you, he woke me up so I could take you back to bed. Instead of just helping me, helping you, he decided to come and pick me up and wake me up out of bed and be like, hey, the young lady is panicking in the woods. You want to go take care of her? We're used to it anyway. It used to happen to Madam, your grandmother, quite often. Once or twice a month, we'd find her wandering in the garden, and we had to put her back to bed. It must be the moon. Oh, the moon! The moon! The moon? Well, yes, she always did it when the moon was full. You know what they say, don't you? About the full moon. If it happens once or twice a month, it ain't the full moon, probably. I guess you could have 2 full moons in the same month. That seems a little bit about, yeah. I don't see the connection. I don't know. We globed it. I don't know. There's really no scientific proof that the moon influences behavior. Oh, well, those scientists are always a step or two behind. I speak from experience. The full moon always brings something with it. You have to beware of full moon dreams. Actually, I had a strange dream last night. Thank you for taking care of me. I had a strange dream last night. The star. It's funny you should mention it. I did have a strange dream, actually. I was in the forest. Then there was a mirror and a sphinx. A sphinx, you say? Did you know that's part of your family's coat of arms? Maybe you saw it there. Well, perhaps the coat of arms. Why is there a sphinx on a coat of arms? What? Time out. Yeah, that's right. The blazon of the Delators. You should have a look. It's carved into the tower wall. A blazon with a tower and a sphinx. A bit like the one from the pyramids. I'll take a look when I get a chance, thanks. You're right, maybe I did see it there. Well, miss, if you don't need me anymore, I'll go back to the lodge. Gerard must be waiting for me to fix his lunch. What? Men! Well, of course, off you go. I know how to look after myself. In that case, have a good day, miss. And if you need anything at all, you just let me know. Mrs. Bourdain goes, leaving me alone with questions. I'm telling myself that this might be the moment to call Dr. Durant. He said I can call him if I felt the need, and I'm afraid that time has come. I'm not so sure he can do anything for me, but you never know. I pick up the phone and dial his number. Oh, I didn't even get a choice. Okay, interesting. Hello? Dr. Durant, it's Daphne Delator. Ah, hello, Daphne. Why are you calling? Well, you told me I could call. True, but you haven't been in touch since August, and now you're calling me on a Sunday morning. I'm guessing it must be important. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I can call you back tomorrow if you prefer. No, you were right to call me. That's precisely why I gave you this number. And I'll be more in tune now than I would be between patients tomorrow. I quickly run through everything that's happened since I arrived. I end with the recurring dream and what happened last night. I also mentioned how Frank just randomly showed up, please. Listen, Daphne, I understand why you've called me, but there's no cause for alarm. There's no proven treatment for somnambulism. Somnambulism. Somnab... Som... Somnambulum. And everything suggests that it's an isolated crisis, certainly due to your new environment. But you have an explanation for the dream, don't you? Well, for that, we can look into psychoanalysis. Tell me, how would you interpret it? I might be disturbed by all these changes. It felt like a premonitory dream. It might be disturbed. Grounded. I agree with you. It must be all the changes I've been through recently, and all the things I found out about my family. It must have been affecting me more than I thought. See? Understanding the cause of your problems means you're already on the path to resolving it. You were very brave to leave as you did. Take care of yourself. Allow yourself time to get your bearings, and everything will be fine. You'll see. Thank you, Doctor. You told me your ex-partner had paid you a visit. How do you see things there? I'm not sure. I should give him a chance. It's intrusive. I think it's very pushy. I didn't move to the other side of the country just to have him follow me. Your violent reaction seems to indicate you still have unresolved issues. Maybe you should take advantage of his presence there to talk over your relationship. Be honest with him and with yourself. You're probably right. You're on your way to finding a new balance. It's up to you to decide if it's with Frank or without him. That's exactly what I plan to do. So you mentioned a young man. Stanislas. Is that right? Unfortunately, Dr. Durant, we're in a metaphor for trauma or horror game. The dreams are legitimate omens of doom. Why are you talking about... I may have mentioned him. Why are you talking about him? Yes, I did. But I don't see why he's got to do with my relationship with Frank. Don't get worked up. I'm just surprised you took the time to tell me every detail of your meeting with this man, since you only met him for a couple of minutes. Honestly, I'm shocked we brought it up too. I see where you're going with this, but I'm afraid you're on the wrong track. Me and Malter? No, it honestly hasn't even crossed my mind. I forgot he existed in this game. Without talking about romance, I'm simply trying to point out some difficulties you may have bonding with new people. You left in order to start afresh, didn't you? One last thing before we get back to our regular Sundays. Yes? How do you feel about your new job? I like it a lot. It pays the bills. I hate it. How do I feel about being a teacher, a substitute math teacher for we're now going on month 2 of our 6-month stint? I'm gonna say we like it a lot. Oh, we sunglobed. I know I wasn't sure about it when I left, but believe it or not, I love my new job. It was perfectly normal to be anxious in your situation. I was sure you would enjoy it. You were right. Teaching is really fulfilling. It's so satisfying to enable those young brains to get a grip of complex ideas. I'm glad to hear that. Hang on to that positive element. It will help you get through the trials life throws at you. All right, Daphne. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I'm glad to hear that you're more at peace. No matter what, I don't think you'll No matter what, I don't think you've got any need to worry. It's perfectly normal to doubt yourself and to need time to get your bearings. I trust you, of course, but I'm still not completely sure. Come now, Daphne. You have no reason to let yourself be overwhelmed by these details. As for your sleepwalking episode, be alert, but don't be alarmed. You told me about the wardens living nearby. Perhaps you can ask them to be on their guard in case it happens again. They are old people. They are in their 60s ish. I'm assuming they're both in their 60s ish. Possibly 70 for the man. We're not making them stay up all night. Call me if you do. Call me if you do ever feel yourself getting overwhelmed, and if needed, I'll refer you to a colleague in your area. Also, the amount of run-on sentences in this game is killing my throat. Okay. Oh, and unless it's an emergency, try to check the day of the week before you jump at the phone next time. Yes, of course, Doctor. I'll try to limit my sleepwalking to weekdays from now on. Alright, we'll say no more about it. Have a good Sunday. Thanks. You too. Rainbow! Someone pulled the clip where Honoris in the naughty Jackbox game where she's like, "What is the sound of two old people having sex?" And she's like, "Marvelous, majestic." Oh my goodness. As I'm recovering from my night, lolling on the sofa with a good book and a cup of tea, I hear someone knocking. I'm surprised to find Frank beaming at me out the porch holding a bunch of flowers while I bust out my shotgun. I mean, hi Frank, carnations, your favorite. When I saw them at the market, I thought of you right away. He hands me the flowers as he steps inside. How about a coffee? Not a good time, Frank. I'm sorry, but this isn't a good moment. I was lollying on the sofa. Can we do this another time? What's wrong? Were you having a nap? I was lolling. Everyone lollies. He's already inside on his way to the kitchen. It's through here, right? I didn't come 300 miles to admire the scenery. I came to spend time with you. I've got a headache or I've got better things to do isn't going to cut it, okay? Frank, catch a fucking hint. And you're going to have to put up with me a while longer. I got a few jobs set up in the area. So, tell me, how are you doing? Resigned, I let him put the flowers in a vase and fix us 2 cups of coffee. Also, we were lolling on the couch wearing earrings and a necklace, no shot. Anyway, we chat for a while. In passing, I tell him about my eventful night. I listen to him with half an ear as I sort out the family albums. 1 hour and 2 coffees later, Frank finally decides to get to the point. You told me about your tower with no door. Do you remember? I got to admit, I was pretty intrigued. Would you mind if I take a look? Not at all. Help yourself. I'm as intrigued as you are. I've wondered what might be inside. In that case, I'll investigate and report back to you. Do you want me to check around for an old pipe? I think you ought to be properly equipped, don't you, Sherlock Holmes? Very funny. I'm sure I can resolve the mystery of the yellow room. And we go back to lolling. Then Frank goes off to do his stuff, and I go back to my blanket and my thriller. He reappears late in the afternoon, his coat covered with dust and his shoes covered in mud. Did he bust down the door from the outside? Damn, he looks worse for wear. So, from the look in your face, I'm guessing it wasn't elementary, my dear Watson. Nope, I have to admit defeat. So what are your conclusions? That there must be an entrance somewhere, but I couldn't find it. I tried to get in by the wall with the ladder, but the arrow slits are too narrow and too deep. I can't see anything inside, let alone get in unless I blow out the wall. Mrs. Bortine caught me doing an acrobatic act, so I took the chance to ask her a few questions. Apparently, she's got no idea what's inside either. Yeah, I kind of knew that already. Thank you. I got her a little drunk in order to tell me, but you know. Told you. When I suggested getting in by the roof, she immediately advised me against it. Apparently, the roof hides another older stone ceiling. No way in that way either. But thinking about the kind of scaffolding I need to get up there, I think I'll take her word for it. Well, at least you tried. Sure. Well, I better go. I got a big day tomorrow. Thanks for the coffee. You're welcome. See you later. See you. I didn't dream that night. Monday was particularly tiresome. I don't know if the students are conspiring to wind me up, or if it's just that I'm not completely over my disturbing weekend. To top it off, as I head to the school gates, I see Mrs. Levique, Madame, glaring balefully at me as she waits for her son. I suppose she'll leap on the chance to give me an earful. After my long day, it's tempting to try to dodge her, even if it's not very professional. As I'm weighing up the pros and cons, I realize she's already striding toward me. What should I do? Avoid Beatrice or let her come? We let the lady come. Oh God. What's the matter, Rainbow? Oh God. I'm bracing myself for an unpleasant 15 minutes when I feel a hand on my arm. Stanislas Malter. Ah, Miss Delator, I'm in luck. I just wanted a word with you. It's Stanislas Malter holding a young child by the hand. Mrs. Levesque immediately turns on her heels and goes back outside the gates. Pierre Yves Malveter. Uncle Stan, who's this lady? Well, Pierre, this pretty lady is Daphne Delator. She lives at the castle. Ah, at the witch's castle? You're not a witch, are you, miss? Do excuse him. As you can tell, he's not afraid to speak his mind. He adds with a wink. He takes after his uncle, I suppose. I crouch down to the child's height. Perhaps I'm a nice witch, but witches don't exist. I'm a nice witch. We're leaning into the witch thing at the school. Since I live in a witch castle, I must be a witch, right? He hides behind his uncle's legs, intimidated. Yes. In that case, I must definitely be one. Perhaps I'm the nice kind of witch, don't you think? Do they exist, Uncle Sam? Nice witches?
Of course they do. Miss Delator is a teacher at the middle school. She knows what she's talking about.
I stand up and notice Stanislas is putting out a hand.
I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Stanislas Malter, but my friends call me Stan.
Daphne Delator, but it seems you already know that.
Of course. You must have noticed how fast news spreads around here, Daphne. May I call you Daphne? When my father discovered something was going on at the castle, he had to know what was happening. I hope you'll excuse him. The poor man's obsessed with the Delators. But don't let that put you off. The rest of the family isn't cut of the same cloth. We must have a coffee together one of these days to get to know each other. I'm sure we have a lot in common.
I'm calling it now. Our mother and Stan's father hooked up and had me. And that's why I don't know who my father is, because mom ran away from the village and was like, I'm not leaving this life behind, and therefore we have no way of connecting the two sides. Calling it now. Anyway, before I have a chance to answer, he adds,
By the way, did you receive my invitation to the cocktail party?
cocktail party?
I do hope you'll come. My father always makes me attend, but it's atrociously stuffy.
Uncle Stan, can we go for my snack?
Yeah, Pierre, in a minute. Well, Junior wants a snack. We better go. Say goodbye to Daphne, Pierre.
Hey, my name's Pierre Yves, not Junior. Oh, I'm still better than Frank. The child takes my hand. Will you come with us, Aunt Daphne? Auntie Daphne?
I think he might have adopted you.
Auntie Daphne has something to it. Has things to it. She can't come with us this time. Come on, let's go home. You're driving. For real?
Of course not. Daphne, it was lovely to meet you. See you soon.
Within a few moments, Stan and Junior have disappeared in a sports car, and I'm left speechless on the sidewalk trying to sort out what just happened. Same. When I get back to the house, I discover I have mail for the first time in months, apparently. An elegant square envelope containing an invitation to a cocktail party. Speak of the devil, I guess that's what Stan was talking about. I don't know how to say his name. Stanila. He goes by Stan. I'm calling him Stan from now on. Looks like I've been invited to the reopening of the town hall gardens that have just been renovated. I bet all the cream of social society will be there, so it would be an excellent opportunity to learn more about the Malters. I could ask Frank to come with me, but I know this kind of social event isn't really his cup of tea. On the other hand, going on my own makes me a strong, independent woman who doesn't need to ask Frank. No, I'd rather go on my own. Then again, it would be rather hypocritical to ask him, considering our situationship. D-Day arrives fast. As I start to prepare for the evening, I'm confronted with a quandary. I can't deduce from the elegance of the invitation card the proper attire is required, so I guess it's not a jeans and shirt kind of do. I don't own anything remotely appropriate for this kind of occasion, but after rummaging through the wardrobe in my mother's room, I found 2 dresses that might be suitable. I just can't choose. On one hand, there's a long empire line dress I suspected is more to my grandmother's taste and criteria of elegance. To be honest, I can't imagine my mother wearing this by choice. It's pale blue, a color that genuinely suits my complexion. The other option is a black strapless dress, short and tight-fitting. I can totally see my mother wearing this. It's exactly the kind of thing she would have worn for nights out. Unlike the blue one, it leaves very little to the imagination between the bare shoulders and the length, or rather, lack of length of the skirt. Which one should I choose? The strapless black dress or the long blue dress? We get to pick the dress. Yo, we're dressing to impress. All right, cocktail party. I'm thinking, I'm personally leaning black strapless dress. For the suave. Freed! Welcome on in, Raiders. Freed Siren coming in with the raid. Let's go. It's a Freed raid. Hacks, welcome in. Dark, welcome in. Freed, welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. For those of you who hold, Agile, hold. Hold. I don't know how much longer I need to hold. Hold. Hold the door. Hold the door. All right. Hopefully that actually ended the ads for all of you. Welcome in, Giddity. Free, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, please take care of yourself. If you came in with the raid, please make sure to stretch, hydrate, grab a snack, do whatever you need to do. I am playing, my name is BeachHoboRay. Feel free to call me BeachHoboRay or any combination of those 3 words in the chat. And we're just playing a fun visual novel, choose your own adventure style game today. It's called Along the Edge. And right now, let me try to give you a synopsis of where we are, I guess. English is hard. Trust me, I've been speaking for the past 2 hours. My throat be troubling. She never stretches, she flex. Freed do flex. If you like to see the gun show over on Freed's channel, please do so. Give her a follow. Alright, so quick synopsis of this game. Fair warning, content / spoilery alert. It's a choose your own adventure style game, so the route that I'm taking right now might not be the same route that you would get if you played it on your own. But what has happened so far? We are Daphne. Daphne, the girl on screen right now, and staring at 2 dresses. We are Daphne. Daphne inherited a castle from her dead grandmother and decided to move into the castle. Daphne was a PhD student and gave up her life as a PhD student to move cross-country to move into this castle in the small town village and start a new life, essentially. In doing so, we left behind our ex-lover Frank by completely... every choice I have made up to this point of leaving, I chose to not address Frank before leaving him, and I chose to not tell Frank where I was moving to. In doing so, Frank mysteriously shows up at the castle door one night with a letter from my estranged mother in his hand saying I never had the mail forwarded, so he needed to find me to give me the letter in person. And then proceeded to constantly invite himself back into the town. Got a couple small carpentry jobs in town, so he just lives in the town now. And keeps trying to worm his way back into my heart, or at least into my castle. Ayo. And I keep telling him to fuck off. So that is the route that I'm taking. Everyone in the town keeps talking about witches and curses, and that my grandmother, who used to live in the castle, my entire family history is that we're the witches of the town, essentially. We have yet to do anything that's actually magical related. It seems all more superstition than anything. But we have had some weird dreams, and there is a rivalry in the town with some group called the Maltaires, who are a competing witch family, wizard family, supposedly, according to the superstitions. It was our family, and then the Maltaires are the 2 big name families in the town, and strange things always happen. It's if you try to cross one of the families, something bad will happen to you, and all the townspeople are just afraid of both sides. So yeah, where we are currently in the story, the Maltaires sent me a invitation to a cocktail party that they are hosting for the opening of some like garden in the town. And or they just own a sawmill. Yeah, it's all superstition, hearsay kind of thing. And we're trying to decide what dress we want to wear to the cocktail party. So that's my summary of everything that's happened over the past like hour and a half-ish of gameplay. Again, it's a choose your own adventure. Just because that's the route that I'm currently taking doesn't mean that's the route that you might be taking if you play the game yourself, or if we do another playthrough at some point. Maybe we do another playthrough where we just lean heavily into being in a relationship with Frank at the very beginning. Who knows? It could be completely different. Anyway, pick a dress: the strapless black dress or the long blue dress. We did have the vision where we were in a black dress. In the witchy, like, nightmare version dream, we were wearing black. Even though we were wearing a white dress, we were looking at a reflection, and a reflection was wearing a black dress. I'll genuinely die of your romance, Frank. You think the blue dress makes us more good witchy? It's like, it's light and blue and white, and it's like we're gonna take the more like classical, elegant-y route for the cocktail party. I can see that. I'm betting this will be like more like globy, and we have been doing a lot of globy things. So let's do that. Let's do the blue dress and try to go that way. Oh, it was sunny. Alright, also there's this thing at the top of the screen. There's the sun versus the moon, and then there's the globe versus the stars. And depending on each choice you make, one side, like one or two symbols will light up, kind of like showing like which way you're leaning, I guess, with your decisions. We've been leaning a lot towards the moon and the globe. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it translates into. But it's interesting that we just chose something that gave us the sun. I might be a bit overdressed, but I think this is a more sensible option. We're not showing as much leg to flirt with. It is a quite sheer dress, though. You can see straight through it. Change your mind or confirm your choice. We're locking it in. Now that I've dealt with the dress, I just need to squirt out my hair. We're playing Dress to Impress the game now. I gather it into a quick bun. A touch of eyeliner, some lipstick, and I'm ready to go. Never mind, we're not dressing to impress. It's already late when I leave the house. I climb into my little car, and just a few minute drive later, I'm there. The town hall gardens are magnificent. Would we have put it in a bun if we wore the black dress, do you think? Oh, she is definitely... We are overdressed compared to her. Oh, no. Oh, no. We didn't get the right vibe at all. They're showing so much leg everywhere. The town hall gardens are magnificent, with the trees robed in the flaming colors of fall. There was already a lot of people gathered in small groups, glasses of wine in hand. The guests are all dressed up to their nines, and the event looks more like a lavish wedding than a gathering in a small country village. The Maltesers clearly didn't balk at the expense. I barely have time to ask for a cup of champagne at the buffet before I'm approached by a large man in a black suit. He's closely followed by a tall and haughty blonde woman. Haughty. Tall and haughty blonde woman. It's reasonable to assume she's his wife. Yves Malter. Ah, good evening, young lady. You must be the castle's new owner. I'm so glad you came to our little party. I must confess, I've been eager to learn a bit more about you. Let me introduce you to my wife, Clothilde? 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 Malter. Cloth? My brain is saying cloth-iled. Cloth-iled? Clothild? Clothild. Yo, cloth. Oh, you're not cloth.
Good, good evening, Miss Delator. Daphne, pleased to meet you. Her icy handshake contrasts sharply with her husband's bonhomie. Bonhomie. I can read a mix of contempt and distaste in her eyes. Odd. Just a classic stare of a rich lady. It looks like my daughter, Soline, has been ambushed by old Mr. Mori. He waves his hand towards a pretty young blonde woman across the path. She's leaning down to an old man in a wheelchair who's caught her by her waist and seems determined to hang onto her as long as decency allows. As for my son, I believe you've already met him. Yes, I have. Well, now that we've done with the introductions, let me get to the point. I must tell you, my invitation wasn't without an ulterior motive. As you'll see for yourself later during the opening ceremony, we're very concerned about the preservation of our cultural heritage here in this village. And as you may have heard, our relations with your grandmother were, how should I put it? Strained. Um, Cut the conversation short or let him continue. um, I'm gonna cut him short. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna be like, nah, sorry, I don't have money. Listen, Yves, something tells me you're about to ask me for a favor, and I don't think this is really the moment. No, you're right. This is neither the time nor the place for such talk. I'll let you enjoy your evening. But we must talk later. I have a proposition that I think will be splendidly beneficial to both of us. Um, don't insist. Let's talk another time. A proposition. Oh, like telling him, fuck off. Let's talk another time. A proposition. Let's. Let's talk another time. Oh, we sunned. All right, but couldn't we talk at another time? Of course, of course. You're right. It would be better to discuss it later when we both have clear heads. Enjoy your evening. You too. Have a good evening, Mr. Mayor. I forgot he was the mayor. Gotta be honest with you. That tidbit slipped my mind. Yves Malter disappears into the crowd. But now I know who the other members of the family are. I'll be able to question them directly. Celine is still dealing with old man, and Clotilde, her mother, has taken advantage of her husband's departure to move over to the buffet. And after all, I'm not obligated to make small talk. I could also decide I've seen enough and go home. What should I do? I feel like we need to save Celine from the old man who's just sort of like holding her. When she sees me approaching, Celine seizes her chance and manages finally to extricate herself from Mr. Mori's clutches. You know what? We're done. We're good. We can leave. For an instant, her eyes are full of gratitude and relief. Then she comes toward me with a large smile. You must be Daphne Delator. I'm Celine Maltese, Stanislas' older sister. Pleased to meet you. The pleasure is mine. I was looking forward to meeting you. Stan told me you were delightful. Stan told you about me? Really? He told you about me? He did, and I want to apologize for his behavior. I know what he can be like around women. He probably won't like me telling you this, but I think you made quite an impression on him. And you don't trust him around women? He's barking up the wrong tree. I'm afraid he's barking up the wrong tree. I'm sorry. Stan isn't really my type. Oh, sorry, that was me speaking. I saw her turn, and I thought it was her voice. Stan isn't really my type. Oh, okay then. Get it. Too bad. Still, no harm in asking, was there? Oh,
And sorry for putting you on the spot like that. It's a big sister thing. I just can't help myself. You know, he's never been lucky in love. I don't know why, but I feel like it could have worked out with you. She burst out laughing. But enough about my brother. Tell me about yourself. What do you do for a living? How do you like it here in the village? You talk to my brother, but I mean, right? Also, Stanisla. Right, if you're still, I'm calling him Stan. We talk for a good 20 minutes. Celine seems kind and outgoing, but I can't decide if it's all just a front. You know what? You talk for 20 minutes. We're good. And her attention seems to wander quite often until, without notice, she disappears into the town hall, leaving me hanging. What should I do next? Do we talk to the mother or do we go home? I feel like the mother doesn't want to have anything to do with us. Although, if I talk to the mother and I convince her that I also don't want to be with her son, that might just kill the entire route. Maybe, potentially. Or she leans hard into why is my son not good enough for you route, and suddenly we get hated by her. And then we go down the rabbit hole of not making friends with anybody from that side of the family. Maybe we should just go home. Maybe I'm overthinking this just a tad bit. But I'm thinking we go. I'm thinking we just go straight home. What if the mother's a different person with the buffet? I'm not willing to risk it. We're going home. Night is falling. It's time to start to think about going home. On the other hand, it's a perfect opportunity to learn more about the Maltese. I'm not sure I'll get another chance for a tit a la tit with Cotrell and Celine. What should I do? We're going back to the castle. Time to go. Maybe she was angry. Fair. As I'm moving towards the exit, there's a ripple in the crowd. The guests are gathering around a platform. I suppose the unveiling ceremony is about to begin. Someone is walking against the current, pushing through the crowd in my direction. Oh god, he's drunk. Oh god. Try to speak with a mouth full of soda. Daphne. It's Stan, carrying a glass of wine and looking rather drunk. You came. Great. This isn't the like my my husband keeps trying to do better things, and the buffet is right there. Would make me bitchy. Are you all right? He's drunk. It's time to. This isn't the time. This really isn't the time. Let me go. I know you're going to hate me, but I've been wanting to do this since the first time I set my eyes on you this summer at the bakery. Without warning, he takes me in his arms and leans me backwards. I look into his eyes, and I understand perfectly well what is about to happen. I'm trying to hold him back, but exhaling wine fumes into my face, his mouth presses down on mine. Luckily, I'm saved by a rasping voice that stops Stan in his tracks. Oh! Isn't it enough for you that you corrupt our youth? Beatrice Livick stands next to us, glaring at me. Get worked up, calm things down, get worked up. We're going like, what the fuck? Oh, no way! You're not going to stick your in. That's right, yell at me, show everyone your true color. Oh, I didn't want to. No, okay, that went the opposite way I thought it was going to be. Even if they're blind, I see exactly what you are, vile temptress. I won't let you get away with it. Come, Mr. Malter, don't let this sorceress seduce you. Get out of my sight, or I'll give you a taste of my spells. I'll warn you. Beatrice doesn't let me finish my sentence, but throws the contents of her glass of red wine in my face. Damn! I like the gasp on his face. Like, what happened here? Did we shatter a glass? That's for you, you filthy. Surprised by the attack, I take a step backward and stumble. I feel a sharp pain in my left hand. I feel my cheeks flushing. A ball of heat seems to blaze inside of my chest. Filthy what? Filthy witch? Is that what you wanted to say? Stan helps me up. I feel something warm dripping down my finger, and realize I must have cut my hand when I fell. See? And now I'm injured. Are you happy? Since I'm a filthy witch, I curse you. You'll pay for what you've done to me tonight. Uh-oh. 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 our eyes be oh no, we got wine all over our nice white blue dress. Oh no, such a shame. Blood. Is that what you wanted? Are you satisfied? If I'm a sorceress, as you say, why not put my powers to good use? Daphne, your hand. Blood has been drawn. Careful what you're about to... With perverse satisfaction, I watch Miss Levick turn white as a sheet. I hold her gaze until she lowers her head and turns away. Stan puts his hand on my shoulder and shakes me gently. Daphne? Daphne, do you realize what... I cut him off, exasperated. Oh, enough now. Leave me alone. I stride to the bathroom to clean out my wound, wipe the wine from my face, and, most of all, try to calm down. I'm pro woman's wrongs. No, we're in the right here. In the distance on the platform, Yves Maltared has taken the microphone and is about to speak. My dear friends, neighbors, and fellow citizens, we've come together to celebrate the start of the fall season. As you all know, by tradition, this time of the year is dedicated to reflection and remembrance. It's a time when we think of those dear to us who have moved on, who wait for us on the other side. But it is also a time of the offering when we pray that nature and her invisible entities bring us a mild winter. That's why our craftsmen have worked so hard all summer in preparation for this celebration, so that today we could present to you the fruit of our efforts. As we leave summer behind us to enter winter, this time of offering, as I said, seems like the ideal moment to renew our pact with our protectors. Those invisible forces who have allowed our traditions to survive century after century, not to disappear at the whim of invasions and extreme influences, and who brings us good fortune, happiness, and prosperity every year. So, I'm proud to present you this physical representation of our pact, this statue, symbol of community that was worn down by the years and the weather, has now been remade by the masterful hands of our exceptional local craftsmen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the Sphinx. Dun 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 dun. Chapter 4. November. Jean Chastanet. She was transferred to intensive care last night, and she died this morning. The doctors did all they could, but they said her chances of survival were very slim. How did I get here? We're already well into November, yet I feel as though the cocktail party happened just yesterday. When Yves Maltaire unveiled the statue of the Sphinx that looked exactly like the one I saw in my dream, it was as though I was struck by lightning. There, in front of me, was the confirmation of an intuition that's clung to me ever since I arrived here at the village. The feeling that there was something somewhere that would give meaning to all of this. Something that I grasped at, but which slipped between my fingers like a trickle of water. Unfortunately, I was quickly caught up in the everyday life. The term had already coming to an end. I'm buried beneath piles of paper to grade. Frank went back to the city 3 days ago. Yes! He has to supervise some work there. He told me he'd be away until the end of the month at least. I was surprised when he came over to tell me he was leaving. It made me realize that I hadn't seen him for a long while. I don't know what to think about this long trip, though. Maybe he's thinking of leaving the village for good? And then Stan tried to call me. Or rather, my voicemail has been repeatedly deluged with his messages. I was so angry at him. I must admit, I deleted them without even listening. Miss Delator, are you alright? You look upset. What happened exactly? How did she get in the accident? Here's what her sister told me. Beatrice Levick took the cliff road to pick up her son Jean-Baptiste after his soccer game. The car seems to have skidded on a patch of ice. That's terrible. Son. It's terrible when I think of her son. Yes, as his class teacher, I count on you to be watchful. Jean-Baptiste is going to need our support to get through this. Also, I'm sorry to talk about it under these circumstances, but I did want to see you anyway. I know you're only here for 6 months, and that you'll probably be doing the best you can. But, how can I put it? Your methods seem something to be desired. I don't think you're really cut out for teaching. Damn. I don't know what to say. I've had some problems recently. I mean, we kind of knew this was coming. We knew it was only going to be a 6-month stint anyway. I'm leaning into the problems. Moon. I must admit, I've had a lot on my plate lately. These last months have been difficult for me. I understand. Listen, there's no cause for alarm, not yet, but do try to put your heart into what you're doing a bit more, okay? Okay. Well, we've been over what I wanted to discuss, but may I ask you something a little personal? I'd rather not. I'd rather not. Moon. See, we've been doing a lot of moon things. Apparently it was a rhetorical question since he continues as if he hadn't heard me, but I got the moon point anyway. Stop me if I'm wrong, but how can I put this? This talk in the village... I know you had words with Mrs. Levicue at the cocktail party about a month ago. Did you, by any chance... I don't know how quite to put it. Well, let me just get straight out with it. Did you, by chance, and I reiterate, by chance, have any responsibility for Mrs. Levicue's accident, where she was driving and slipped on some ice on the cliff road? I totally had an effect on the weather. Oh, did not flat out deny, or do we just like do the I'm not answering this question? Let's flat out deny it. This is funny. We earthed it. Absolutely not. This is definitely like the down to earth answer, and this is the more like superstitious-y answer. The star versus the globe. I don't know about cold and warm. I mean, like, yeah, all the like cold, bitchy answers are kind of the moon kind of thing, but like, I feel like it's almost like harsh for the moon, and then like more kind-hearted, which I guess is cold and warm. I don't know. Ugh. I gotta nick another drink real quick. Hmm. Absolutely not. Don't tell me you're giving credit to the gossip. I'm a scientist and I absolutely don't agree with those primitive beliefs. Let's be serious for a minute, shall we? What do you think? That I have a voodoo doll of Mrs. Levicue to stick with needles in my attic at a full moon? I'm so sorry for what happened to the poor woman, but there's nothing mysterious about her accident. It's a physical phenomenon that happens every winter that changes liquid water to ice, a solid which has the unfortunate property of making cars skid. Now, if you don't mind, my day's not finished yet, so if you'll excuse me. I'm sorry if I've upset you, Mrs. Delatorre. It wasn't my intention. It's just Mr. Chastesnet. Mr. Chastity. As if today hadn't been emotional enough, when I get to the castle, I discover a sports car parked in front of the house. Of course, I already guessed the identity of its owner. Walking into the hall, I find Stan has let himself in and is sipping a glass of whiskey as he peruses the family portraits. I'm calling the police. I would have offered you a drink, but it looks like you've already taken the matter into your own hands, breaking into my house. I pour myself a good measure of the spirit and light up a cigarette. It was open, so I let myself in. And it's not sorry, since you've kept me on tenterhooks for some time. I'm already on my second refill. I thought school teachers finish work much earlier, don't they? I was held up. Daphne, we need to talk. Like zoinks. I don't want to talk to you, or almost. He clearly has something to talk to me about the curse that I put on the woman who is now dead. But at the same time, I don't want to talk to him. I'm not want to talk to you. I'm not answering your repeated calls. Wasn't clear enough. Then let me be blunt. I don't want to see you. Okay, I guess my intentions toward you are crystal clear, but I didn't come for. Well, to be honest, I didn't only come for that. Let me have half an hour of your time. After all that's happened, I had to warn you. You need to know about our families, the family, and everything else. Let out a sigh. All right, say what you have to. Stan takes a deep breath and begins. Of course, there's my father, his projects and the old quarrel with the Delators and his sick obsession with the tower. But when I heard about Beatrice Livick, that's when I realized the situation was urgent. When I watched you do what you did at the cocktail party, I remembered everything I had heard since I was a child, all those unbelievable stories of witchcraft. I've never had any real proof that any of it was true, but when I heard she was dead, well, it's been haunting me all day. I had to tell you. I had to know. So, I'm just gonna lay it on line. Did you know what you were doing back there? I don't believe in magic, not at all. I didn't know what I was doing. I don't believe in magic. That's pretty straightforward. Don't tell me you give credit to those stories about witches, too. Don't you think it's disturbing? The cocktail party where you kissed me while you were drunk? That cocktail party? You should have been the one that got cursed. I thought escalating it would have been like escalating it with him, not with Beatrice. Beatrice Levesque died in a car accident. There's nothing magical about black ice, for God's sake. Daphne, it's been what, 3 months since you arrived? I don't see how that would change the fundamental laws of physics, outside of, going from August to November. I was born here. I've been listening to these stories for 30 years. It's neither the first inexplicable accident nor the first strange coincidence I've encountered. Very well. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that I did curse Miss Levick. Do you realize that means I killed her? That's not what I'm saying. You didn't know what you were doing. Perhaps, but try to understand that this witchcraft stuff goes against everything I believe, and yet, if any of this is true, I'm responsible for the death of the mother of one of my students. I'm overwhelmed by emotion. I realize I've been holding my tears back since the director broke the news to me. Oh God. I burst into tears, and Stan takes me into his arms. I let him. I can't believe what's become so close so fast, Stan and I. A few minutes later, I tremulously blink away the last tears. When he's sure most of the storm is behind us, Stan gently lets go of me, and looking me straight in the eye while holding me by the shoulders, says, Please, forgive me. I've been terribly inconsiderate.
Of course, you couldn't have known what would happen. I keep forgetting you're not from here. And besides, no one's told you what's happening in the village. So please, I beg you, don't feel guilty. It's us, the Maltese, and others around here who should feel guilty for not warning you.
Something else to tell me?
I'm afraid I do. My father has made you an offer at the cocktail party, didn't he?
Sorry, but I told him to get lost before he shared any details. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh? Okay. Well, to sum it up, he wants to get into the tower. If he hadn't come to see you yet, it's because he's building his case for the town council. He's got Celine on it, and he's got her working day in and day out.
Poor Celine.
He wants everything settled before he tells you his plans.
What can he really do to me? The house is legally mine. He can't throw me out just like that for no reason.
Maybe, but I assure you, it's no joke. Whatever happens, you mustn't accept it.
Why do you want me to refuse so much?
I know. Oh, I know Yves. Like it or not, I've been dealing with him since I was born. He's a shark, and considering how much he resents the Delators, I can assure you that whatever he proposes to you will serve his own interest, but more importantly, it will harm your.
Yeah, I work with businessmen all the time. I understand how it works. What's that got to do? What's he got against the Delators? What's inside the tower? What? What's he have against us? I feel like you're just not gonna have an answer to this one. I feel like you'll have a better answer for this. What did my family do to generate so much hate?
It goes very far back. Our great-grandparents, or even further. I don't know for sure. It's said that the Delators have always been a very influential family in the area. Your family has kept to their traditions despite the law, and the name Delateur of the tower goes from my mother to daughter, and the eldest daughter has always been the spiritual guide of the community.
Oh, okay. It's one of those situationships. Got you.
A kind of Celtic grand priestess, if you see what I mean. Since, well, Christianity never really got very popular around here, as you've probably noticed, because of all the Wiccans. The story goes that your ancestor, the Grand Priestess, had a dispute with my ancestor, and my family had no choice but to curse yours to save their honor. Since that time, the Maltese have accumulated wealth and prospered, while the Delators have declined.
Fair enough. But all that happened a long time ago. Why keep such an old quarrel alive? Yeah, Christianity wasn't popular in France, Rainbow. I'm telling you, we're not in France. I don't know what country this is, but it's not French. It's make-believe France. Not only did I do nothing to harm your family, but it looks to me like the Maltese already have the upper hand, don't they?
That's where the tower comes in. As I understand it, these blessings have a price, and my father wants to get into it to lift the curse that takes its toll on my family, too. And the tower's the key to lifting the curse. But I can't let Yves get inside because he may want to harm me?
I can't let Yves get inside because he may want to harm me? Fuck it.
Exactly.
It may sound stupid, but I have to ask. Do you know where the entrance to the tower is? Because I sure as fuck don't.
No, but everyone in the village knows that it was condemned after the events that tore both our families apart.
So why didn't anyone tell me?
Don't judge the villagers too harshly. They're naturally suspicious, especially when it comes to us.
It can't be Quebec. They don't have Celtic origins. No. It's definitely France. I'm pretty sure France. They specifically called out we moved 300 miles across the country from where the origin was. So, like, I'm pretty sure France is like 300 miles wide. Should I brace myself for more revelations, or is that it?
I guess I've told you most of it. The crux of the matter, anyway. But you must have 1,000 questions.
Do I? Tell me more about your family. Tell me more about your father's plans. Tell me more about yourself. I don't. I guess tell me about your family. How's Solaire? Your family, I'm curious. Can you tell me more about them?
I think you've already grasped the nuts and the bolts. And I got some nuts for you to grab. How about that? First, there's my parents, Yves and Clothide. Our relationship's been distant since I've been old enough to understand how they think.
What do you mean?
How can I sum up the Mater method? I would say manipulation and extortion under the cover of good breeding. And if that doesn't work, then I throw money in the general direction of the problem until it's kind enough to disappear.
Charming. But I'm asking myself, why would they stay in the village? I mean, with so much wealth, they could live anywhere, couldn't they?
You mean somewhere less remote?
You're not wrong.
But don't forget, they're very attached to the area with their beliefs. They're much too afraid of losing their advantages if they leave, I guess. But everything I tell you, it's only speculation. Yves has decided I wasn't fit to be the #1 heir long before I was old enough for him to tell me any of their little secrets.
And you? Haven't you ever thought about leaving?
Of course, I have, but Celine and her son are stuck here, and I couldn't bring myself to leave them alone in the belly of the beast. It's like, oh.
Aw, he cares about his sister and his little nephew. Anyway. Sure, that makes sense. Sure.
Besides, I strongly suspect my father is, to some degree, responsible for the death of Celine's husband. A good accidental death, just the way he likes, whether it's supernatural or not.
Oh, damn.
After all, seeing as his own son wasn't up to the task, he needed an heir to pass his fine values onto, right?
But that's awful.
Welcome to my world. Of course, I'm doing my best to protect Pierre from all this, but I'm afraid I'm fighting a losing battle. He adores his grandfather, of course, and with good reason. He can be a very charming guy when he wants to be. So, as for Celine, she's always been kept out of it. She's always been the perfect daughter, and my parents, with their traditional values, didn't have many ambitions for her. I think all they wanted for their daughter was a good marriage that would probably help the family affairs.
Sam stops talking, his eyes far away, distant, almost like his brain was shut off. I'm lost for words. Finally, he breaks the silence before it becomes awkward.
Well, that's it. Now you know everything.
Oh, okay, I guess we're just going to go through all of it. Tell me about your father's plans.
As I told you, he wants to get inside the tower, and I'm afraid he'll stop at nothing to do it. If I know him, he'll certainly try to win you over at first. He's currently building a case for the town council to open the tower to the public. In return, they would pay all the maintenance costs.
What a decision. It could be worth listening to his offer, don't you think? The cost to keep the castle afloat can't be sneezed at, and the money I got in the will is inexhaustible.
I don't know how else to say it, and I don't have any proof except my own experience and the trust you may put in my words. But I assure you, to accept anything from my father would be a very bad idea. During your grandmother's time, he was resigned to not getting into the tower, but now things have changed and he wants to take advantage of the opportunity. I'm sure he'll come up with a very attractive financial deal, and he's counting on your supposed naivete to get what he's after.
Alright, let's say I refuse. What happens next?
That depends.
Depends on what?
Depends on whether or not you believe in all this witchcraft stuff.
It always comes back to that, doesn't it?
Perhaps, but it's a very durable concept for most people who live here. And whatever you're feeling about Yves is still a very real threat. You're not the first person to oppose him, but you got a few cards up your sleeve that might make you last.
I'm good. I think we covered everything. There's still something I want to talk to you about. I can see in his eyes the kind of subject we're about to discuss. On one hand, Frank's still in the picture for some fucking reason. But on the other, where's the risk of seeing if the grass is greener on the other side? Spend the night with Stan. See him to the door. Let's boop. You can just kill him and go break another champagne glass. I know what you're about to say. I thought I was clear. I'm sorry, but spare me the "it's not you, it's me" speech. I get it. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. And I thought this was a tie, but now that I'm looking closer at it, I'm pretty sure it's a scarf, maybe. Gloom, what up? The freshly malted crabatar, yeah, totally. Gloom, hope you're doing well. Quick shout out if you aren't already, make sure you're following Lord Gloom. Gloom's an awesome dude. Awesome cat man, dad, person. Go give Gloom lots of love. Gloom, hope you're doing well. Okay. Can't man in this town accept no for an answer. I mean, apparently the answer is no, ironically. Days go by, and still nothing from Yves Malter. I must admit, finding out about his plans has left me in a state of permanent apprehension. I try not to worry about it. I mean, really, what's the risk? These stories of curses and witchcraft are totally unbelievable. Yves Malter can't make my car fall off a cliff by putting needles through some doll made in my image. I just look over and see the giant wiggle gloom. Oh, man. Ugh. Talking like Stan has wrecked my throat right now. But that doesn't mean he's harmless, and I'm eager to find out what he's up to. I regret giving Stan that voice when he first showed up on screen. He's like the one person I remember giving that voice to. Then there's the Bortines, who I can't remember the voices of. I haven't seen them in a while. Sometimes I think of Celine Malter. I'm not sure I got her figured out, but I felt there was something going on when I met her at the cocktail party. Perhaps I could call her? Maybe we can see each other again. What should I do? Go to the Bortines. Call Celine. Oh, this is a choice. These just shows up and is like, what if we help fix up the castle? You can say no and I'll respect that. And then what? Okay. The Bortines are trustworthy, you know. They're pretty decent people. We got the Mrs. Bortine a little drunk, but you know, she still helped us to our bed when we were having the nightmares. Or we can just meet the new girl, Celine, who is a little spacey, or doesn't really care for us and ditched us the second she was able to. But she's also kind of nice and understands that we don't have feelings for her brother, so she doesn't feel any sort of way, I guess, towards us, I guess. Pro Bortine. Yeah, I think we lean toward teens route. Alright, when I knock at the lodge door, Mrs. Bortine answers. Oh, hello, miss. What brings you here? It looks as though she's put her knitting aside to greet me. Next to the fire in an armchair, I make out the silhouette of Mr. Bortine. He looks at me over his newspaper, the local news, and puffs out his pipe as I enter the room. He nods me a greeting. I was just passing to see how you are. It's been a while since we saw each other. Yes, it has. Time flies. When my husband and I heard about Mrs. Levicque, we felt terrible for that poor woman. Smells like another Maltaire trick, if you ask me. Ooh, I didn't think of that twist. The twist of the Maltaires being like, oh, we witnessed her pretend to curse, so now we're going to kill her to make it look like she did it. Oh, that's a twist. It's not their fault this time. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But it doesn't make sense. Why would the Maltaires want to get rid of a housewife? Do you mean that you knew her, miss? Well, I wouldn't exactly say I knew her. She was the mother of one of my students, and she had... How should I put it? Let's say she had a few opinions about the Delatours. Mrs. Bortine turns white. But... Excuse me for putting this so bluntly. But did you curse the woman? Before I have time to answer, she continues. Without wanting to, miss, how could you have known? Did you hear that, Gerard? We should have warned her. Mr. Bortine lays his newspaper down on his knee and regards us with a piercing gaze, like a disappointed father. Come now, Gilberte. You know, you were saying just a couple days ago that those stories were nothing but stories. If I'd known. You must realize that what you're saying isn't real, Mrs. Bortine. Curses? You can't make people have car accidents just like that, with the power of the mind. I'm afraid you're wrong, miss. You don't know the village legends. So tell me then. I get the feeling that there are a lot of things I don't know about the village. My family, the Maltaires. Tell me about the tower and the legends, about the curse, about Mrs. Levicque. I'm not mad, just disappointed that you only caused a car accident. Tell me about the tower and the legend. Let's just go all out with the lore. Tell me what you know about the tower and the local legends. What do you want to know precisely? You told me the Sphinx was on the Delatour coat of arms. Why? Yeah, that's right. You can see it on the family crest. I think it's linked to the story of your family. You can see the Sphinx symbol all over the village, and you are the descendant of the family whose job was to protect the tower and its contents. Come on, I'll show you. Is there just like a giant skeleton of a Sphinx in this tower? Mrs. Bortine puts her coat on. I follow her to the tower. She points out a shield with a coat of arms in the family carved onto the outer wall. Yeah, that do be two sphinxes around a tower. See? I can clearly make out a tower surrounded by two sphinxes. We return without speaking to the lodge. What a cutaway. But the sphinx has nothing to do with Egypt. It looks more like the one from Greek mythology, doesn't it? Like the sphinx that protected Thebes? The one who asked Oedipus the riddles, I suppose? Because apparently now we're... I need Ollie here. Ollie, give me the Greek lore. Well, miss, that I couldn't say. A few years ago, Gerard and I were watching a documentary about Egypt on the TV, and we said to ourselves, that looks like the statue in the village. You remember, Gerard? Mr. Bortine mutters something unintelligible without glancing up from his neighbor. Bro, I'm right here. Yeah, but I have to consult my local Greek. Rainbow, are you Greek? Is that what you're telling me? What they say is that the region is magical. It used to be a place of pilgrimage in the old days. People came to be healed or to join the festivities for the passing of the seasons. I couldn't tell you why, but the legends say that your ancestors used to perform miracles. My ancestors, the Delatours? Yes, the Delatours. But this was before they built the tower. I don't know what they were called back then. Also, your family had a duty to protect the village. As the place was magical, it attracted demons. And there were rituals to be performed so that the source of power wasn't polluted by those evil spirits. We're crossing into a weird territory now. No, but do you know all of the American myths because you're American? I mean, I know about like Johnny Appleseed and Paul Bunyan. You know, those kind of American myths. France is full of demons. New lore drop. The Hunchback of Notre Dame with the gargoyles, you know, all the demons and everything. It was all, the signs were all there. When the Christians colonized the country, the region closed in on itself. The villagers built the tower over the source to keep it secret, and the village became a place of remembrance. I didn't know this period. It was long before I was born. It was my grandmother who told me the stories of before the Maltaires arrived. What have the Maltaires got to do with all of this? Well, if you take their name apart, Mal is usually the word for bad, and terres is probably like terra, as in like earth, so it's like the bad earths, the demons. It began with Yves' grandfather, old Gustave Malterve. When he was a child, the Delatours fostered him at the castle because he had a gift for miracles. He was an orphan from the family of marsh folk. To be fostered like that was very lucky for him, but apparently it wasn't enough. He wanted more. I knew him a little. He was already an old man, but he was a difficult character. I remember he used to give me the creeps when I was a child. Anyways, it's since then that the Maltaires began to amass their fortune. That's when the accidents started to happen. If anyone went against the Maltaires, something bad happened to them every time. And then the Delatours began to wither away. In the end, there was only your grandmother left. And then you came, after your grandmother died. Their name translates to bad land. Shocking. Why didn't you tell me all this before? You came from the city. You didn't know anything about all of this. If we told you about spirits of the forest or magical sources, what would you have thought? I'm still in the mindset of it. And we thought it was just stories. We weren't born in the time of the miracles. We don't know much anything. Wait, my husband and I, we're just old folk. Let's talk about the curse. Tell me what you know about the so-called curse. I can't tell you much about it, this miss. The Delatours were known to be miracle makers, but it's been a long time since anything like that has happened. It hasn't been in my lifetime, but in the old days they used to say that your family had a gift. Can you tell me what happened with Miss Levesque? Maybe it will jog my memory. I tell her what happened. She was driving along a cliff, slipped on some ice, boom. Must have been the words you said without... oh, that part of the story. That's right. And the wound that must have been what unleashed the spell. But no way. I refuse to believe that uttering some words, any words, could have the consequence of killing someone. Do you realize what you're suggesting? Mass hallucination. Mass hysteria. It's a shame your grandmother is no longer with us. She would have explained everything to you. Yeah, I guess I'd have liked to have the manual on what not to say to not kill your neighbors. And yet, I still think that maybe it's a Maltaire trick. That would be pretty twisted, don't you think? Oh well, nothing would surprise me with those lowlifes. Mrs. Botor, you are just... I love you so much. I'm adopting you as my grandmother. By the way, Gerard saw the Maltaire boy's car in the yard the other day, didn't you, Gerard? I hope he wasn't bothering you. He broke into the house. Gerard, where were you with your hunting gun? You literally approached me when I was on the property and you didn't know who I was, holding a gun, saying, "Are you lost?" You couldn't pull it on him and be like, "Get the fuck out of the house, you Maltaire boy, who clearly should not be in the towered house." Yeah, he did drop in, but don't worry, he behaved himself because I let him. I'm glad to hear that. If he bothers you, just give us a call. Gerard has been looking for an excuse to put a cartridge in that one's rear end for a good long time. Gerard, you had the chance. Being busy doing the crossword, he didn't notice. Thank you, but I don't think that will be necessary. I wouldn't say that, Daphne. Let's knock out all three. Tell me more about Mrs. Lepicu. You seem to know her. I wouldn't exactly say know her, but let's say she was the talk of the village some years back. Really? Why? Her husband was a brute, the type who drinks too much, if you see what I mean. There were several incidents. Ooh. Content warning. It went on for a few years. Beatrice Lepicu would never have filed for divorce. And Yves Maltier was very supportive when her husband disappeared. Alright, I guess content warning over. Disappeared? Do you mean he died? No, well, I don't know. It's just like that, he was never seen again. They say Yves Maltier drove him out of the village. Beatrice Lepicu was sure it was thanks to the Maltiers, and as she worked at the town hall, well, it was best not to speak ill of Mr. Mayor when she was around. Dude, imagine if the tower was just full of all the bodies of everyone who's disappeared. That would be nuts. I see. Wait, but the mayor's against shitty men. Am I? Team Yves? Rainbow's the capitalistic mayor from hell. That depends. No one really knows what happened to Lepicu, and even so, one good deed doesn't redeem a lifetime of wrongs, does it? But that means her son Jean-Baptiste is an orphan. Well, yes, but don't worry too much about him. His aunt took him in. You know, you must know her. She's the wife of the fishmonger, you know, at the market. They're a good family. I'm sure they'll take care of him as if he was their own. I guess that's not such a bad thing then. You know, he's just an orphan that was taken in by his aunt. Alright, goodbye. I have to go. Thanks for answering my questions. So, now you know everything. Well, Gerard, we told her everything, didn't we? Puffs around his pipe thinking, then nods in agreement. My wife and I were just wardens. We were never in the know. Your grandmother, she could have told you. Warned you. She did. It's a lot to swallow. I have to know more. It's a lot to swallow, not gonna lie. But everything you told, we got the globe. Everything you told me, it's pretty hard to swallow. The curse, the magic source, the evil spirits. Whether you want it or not, it's in your blood, miss. Oh, that was him speaking, my bad. It's your inheritance. What should I do next? Call Celine. Wait for Yves. Call Celine. Wait for Yves. Let's just wait. Days go by. Then weeks. And Yves Maltier is conspicuous by his absence. I try to concentrate on my classes at school, but after all the revelations, my mind is often elsewhere. And on top of it all, the principal told me I was going to be inspected by the local education authority, which adds to the general climate of anxiety. What? I'm in the forest. It's the same dream again, the one I had last month. I had a sense of deja vu, but something has changed. I run to escape the presence that follows me. Once again, I reach the pool in the clearing. I draw closer to glimpse my reflection. Oh? Oh, oh, we changed. It's a different image. As though something has changed. I like the leather jacket we got going on. But at the same time, it's more precise. Almost more real. My hair is short and blonde. I'm wearing a very fashionable outfit. I'm fascinated by the strangeness of the image. The complete opposite of how I look now. We could be a hot blonde in a leather jacket. I've never worn my hair short, but I'm surprised to find myself thinking it's quite attractive. I touched a reflection, and after a moment of darkness, I'm back in the garden. When I come to the statue of the Sphinx, her gaze is different. She looks ahead with defiance and determination. That's when everything changes. I'm driven by the strength and stability that seems to emanate from the statue. This time, I don't let myself fall into the darkness. This time, I find the courage to stand around and confront the threat of the Sphinx stares, her gaze immovable. That's when I see the beast for the first time. We watch each other for a second that seems to last forever. Then the beast hurls itself at me. It's at that moment when its claws are poised to lacerate my belly that I shudder awake. It's all an allegory for the baby again, isn't it? Chapter 5. December. I'm getting ready to go to the market when I hear a car coming up the lane. To my surprise, a large black sedan parks in the yard. When I see a large gray-haired figure emerge from the driver's side, I realize it's Yves Maltier. To be honest, more than 1 month after the cocktail party, I'd given up waiting for him. He waves to me, goes around the car, takes a big file from the passenger seat, then walks in my direction. Belly, huh? Did we give birth to a demon thing? That's why we weren't allowed to see it? Oh, that would be crazy. We gave birth and it was just like, that's not a baby. He brandishes the file like a trophy. Good morning, Daphne. As you can see, my daughter and I have been working very hard. Oh, that's right. Your daughter was working. I should have talked. It might be good that we didn't talk because she can't use anything against me. I'm listening. Ah, thank you for giving me a little of your time. You'll see, it's a very attractive project. The general idea would be to open the tower to the tourists during the summer season. We could do guided tours, and there's a library. You mean there's a library inside the tower? Oh, didn't you know? Haven't you been inside the tower? Interesting. Meaning... Never mind. Would you mind if we go inside? We'd be more comfortable. It's rather chilly today. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Mr. Bourtine walking up the lane, a rifle in his hand. You have the rifle now? Hello, Mrs. Daphne. Mr. Maltaire. He stands at my side, gun in hand, as if ready to use it. Are you alright? I hope Mr. Maltaire isn't bothering you. Listen, Gerard. I was just chatting with Miss Delatour. Would you mind giving us some privacy, please? He's finished with the crossword. It took a month. Oh, shoot. Oh, this is a tough call. I don't want him to leave, but I don't want to say it's okay. I guess we gotta say it's okay. It's okay, Mr. Boer. We hear a car coming up the lane and direct our attention to the entrance of the yard. A small rental car drives in and parks near the front door. A tall, middle-aged woman climbs out of the car and walks towards us with an assured pace. Is this Mom? Mom? Oh my god. Sophie Delator. I can see it's high time I got here. Oh, hello, Mom. Looking at Yves Malter, she says, hello, Daphne. Sorry, my brain is... Just imagine, like, the mom that you haven't seen in years walking up to a strange old man and just saying, hello, Daphne, my daughter. Gerard? Yes, ma'am. Please fire a warning shot, will you? Mr. Bortine looks at me, waiting for a confirmation. As I don't react, he complies and fires into the air. His smile gone, Yves watches my mother warily. Look, Sophie, be reasonable, would you? We haven't seen each other in 30 years. Do you really want... Completely ignoring Yves Malter, my mother turns to Mr. Bortine. Gerard? Yes, madam. I authorize you to fire the second shot at Yves if he hasn't left the property within 30 seconds. Very well, madam. Then, please take my luggage up to the yellow bedroom in the west wing. Of course, madam. Oh, and send Gilberte over, please. I'd like her to make us a coffee. I need to talk to my daughter. I follow Mom into the living room. A few seconds later, we hear tires squeal in the courtyard. Then the sound of the engine fades into the distance. Did you get my letter? Yeah, but in September, as you can see, I had already accepted the inheritance. Mom only showed up to prevent the player from signing the deal. We've been money blocked. Mom. You could have reacted sooner. Why did you warn me? Let's just go with why did you warn? Oh, that was a son choice apparently. But I don't understand. Why did you want to warn me? Are you kidding? I arrived here to find Yves Maltier in the courtyard and you're asking me why I warned you? I came back as fast as I could, but it seems it was already too late. What were you doing in Asia? When you got to your scholarship and your life was on track, I didn't have to worry about your future any longer, so I decided to go back to school. In Asia. I'd had enough of going on from one crappy job to another, so I took a correspondence course on international trade. 3 years ago, I was hired by an investment bank. They offered me a promotion, but I had to move to Hong Kong. Since you'd cut your ties with me, I thought you were safe, at least safe from these family issues, so I agreed to go. How could I have known that your grandmother would pull this trick on me? Even from her grave, she's still a nuisance. I sent you the letter as soon as I heard your grandmother was dead. The family notary contacted me about it out of courtesy. I wanted to take a leave of absence, but I was working on a big deal and my bosses insisted that I stay until we signed. Corporate greed and whatnot. Obviously, it took a lot longer than I would have liked. Something doesn't add up. It's been literally 6 months, Mom. You were the direct heiress, so you should have been the one to succeed, shouldn't you? Your grandmother made me sign a paper stipulating that I renounce the inheritance when I left the village. I thought it would protect you too, but I'm not a lawyer, and knowing your grandmother, she must have found a way to bend the rules to her liking. Knowing her, she would have guessed it would have happened that way. You'll have to explain. Grandmother seems to have planned everything to make sure I got the house, but you're telling me I should have refused the inheritance. I know the village is a nest of vipers with the Maltiers and the Delators' reputation, but don't you think that I have the right to know my origins? I don't think you grasp the gravity of the situation. Until now, Yves didn't know you existed. Now he knows who you are, and that changes everything. Tell me then, why did you cut me off from the rest of the family? Why did you put so much effort into keeping me in the dark? Fine. Listen to me carefully and be honest with me, can you? I nod in agreement. Have you been having strange dreams? Maybe why? Yeah, I have almost premonitory dream. Maybe why? Yes, maybe, but I don't see what's so unusual about that, Mom. About a sphinx, right? How do you know about that? And a kind of presence in the forest. But she cuts me off before I can continue. Have there been strange accidents since you arrived here? Not you two. I didn't do it. I'm not admitting I did it. Not you too. Oh no, not you too. Can I suppose that's a yes? And I imagine it happened to someone who wronged you? She had a car accident. I'm not responsible, goddammit. She waves her hand at me, impatient at my excuses. Another thing. Have you found the entrance of the tower? No, I haven't. And no one was able to tell me where it was. Good. What do you think is inside? Source of magical energy, a place of worship, a library. I'd rather see for myself. It sounds kind of like this one, based on the stories of what everybody's been saying. Some sort of place of worship or a library. Exactly. It's both an ancient place of wisdom and a library, but most of all, the tower contains the archives. The archives? I hadn't noticed her entrance, but Mrs. Bortine is here with some coffee for us. God forbid women read. Gilberte? Yes, madam? Oh, sorry. I had that backwards. Tell Gerard to come to the basement. Very well, madam. Will that be all? No. Tell him to bring a pickaxe, please. We're going to do a blood sacrifice of a goat. Follow Mom to the basement. We were going through the wine cellar, then we take a corridor. We go through one small room, then another, filled with stacked up old furniture. An old tapestry depicting a hunt almost entirely covers the wall in front of us. Gee, I wonder if there's anything behind the tapestry. I don't remember finding this room during my expeditions to search for the tower entrance. Do you feel it? I move closer to the wall, feeling for a draft or a small change of temperature that would reveal the location of a door. No, I'm sorry. What am I supposed to feel? Relief sweeps across my mother's face, her features relaxing instantly. I'm about to speak again when we hear a noise behind us. Ah, here comes Gerard. Gerard, can you take down the tapestry, please? Mr. Bortine complies, and I hurry to help him. Let Gerard do it, Daphne. You'll get dirty. Mom, you're pushing it. Mr. Bortine is not your slave. Yes, you're right. I've hardly arrived here, and I'm back to my old ways. When I left everything behind so that you wouldn't be raised with those horrendous values. Excuse me, Gerard. I'll be more considerate. You know, my Gilberte and I are happy to lend a hand, and we're not doing it for you, but for your daughter. Just don't forget we're retired. We're not as strong as we were. We moved the tapestry to the other side of the room, Mom and I on one side, Mr. Bortine on the other. Could you break the wall here, Gerard? She points to a spot in the middle of the wall. There are some planks behind the plaster. It shouldn't give you much resistance. And we just cut a hole in the wall with a pickaxe. A few minutes later, the planks that hid the entrance to the tower have been torn away, revealing a wooden door. Wow, I never would have guessed the door was there. Mom opens the drawer of a nearby cupboard and takes out a large ornate key. Do you want us? Do you want to see what's inside, Gerard? Oh no, madam. I'll have plenty of time to look later. You must have a lot to discuss with your daughter. Gilberte, on the other hand, she wants to jump right in. I'll head back to the lodge if you don't need a man along. Of course, thank you, Gerard. Mr. Bortine gives us a nod. Oh, and Gerard? Yes? Thank you for taking care of Daphne in my absence. We enter the tower, and after climbing a flight of wooden stairs, we come to a large room plunged in shadow. Mom takes a candelabra from the table and lights the candles with the matches that have been left next to it. She proceeds to light the other candles around the room until a soft light gradually illuminates the large circular space. The floor is made of a huge granite stone carved with interlacing geometric shapes. The Celtic origins are obvious in the patterns used and the way the ornamentation has been done, but they are very well preserved, in contrast to most ancient ruins exposed to centuries of bad weather. The walls are covered with shelves loaded with documents, books with leather covers, and scrolls rolled upon themselves. We are silent for a while. Then Mom says, "This is your inheritance, Daphne." What are all these books? This is the memory of the village. The most ancient ones were written by our ancestors 1,000 years ago. The tower was built on the site of the old place of worship because there seems to be some kind of magnetic field that helps preserve them. That's a bit far-fetched, but yeah, I guess a local perturbation in the magnetic field of the planet could explain that. I suppose if I brought a compass in here, the needle would spin erratically, wouldn't it? Mom looks at me dubiously. What? I can't be a scientist and still be open-minded. You're on the site of an ancient place of pilgrimage, a place where they performed the miracles. When the country was colonized and the inhabitants were forced to convert to the new religion, the region closed in upon itself. Our ancestors built the tower and began to compile all the oral knowledge of the old times. The Delators, the Order of the Priestesses, welcomed the representatives of other cults. They came from everywhere, escaping persecution and doing what they could to ensure that their knowledge wasn't lost. To sum it up, you're in one of the largest libraries of occult knowledge in the world. We return in silence to the living room. The atmosphere is oppressive. I can feel that what just happened will have a huge impact on my future. Mom takes an armchair. I sit on the sofa, lollying. Do you understand why Yves Matière must not at any price get into that tower? Because it would give them even more power in the village? Exactly. I'm relieved to see that you don't seem to have any predisposition for the miracles. But do you understand why our ancestors protected the library? I won't let them walk all over me. I just want them to leave me be. They won't walk over me. Moon. Yves Matière has abused his position in the village for too long. I won't let him carry on. Even if I don't believe in all this stuff about witchcraft, it's high time someone put him in his place. I completely agree. I'm sure I'll be hearing from Yves again, but now that he knows you're here, I expect he won't be quite as polite and deferential. In that case, we'll have to be on our guard. Exactly. But enough about all that. Tell me about your life and everything I missed. Mom and I stay there for a long while, chatting in the living room. Then I go to pick up some groceries at the market and we prepare dinner together, both enjoying this renewed affinity. A couple days later, I'm at the bakery getting some bread from the baker who isn't there anymore. Just as I paid and I'm leaving, I find myself face to face with Celine Maltier and her son. There's a moment of surprise that, just as I'm about to greet her, she lets loose a torrent of yelling. You should be ashamed of yourself, welcoming my father with a rifle. But, seriously, you're out of order. You're lucky my son's with me. Um, do we meet the energy? Oh no. I want to meet the energy so badly. If I meet the energy, though, it's going to go bad. She's going to turn it as in, like, oh, we can't trust adult. It's going to be a political play. It's getting worked up. We're worked up. Or what? It's your father who's been trying to manipulate me since I arrived in the village. I never asked him for anything concerning the tower, and he had the nerve to come to my house early in the morning and hold me hostage while he presents his self-serving little project. Tell him to leave me alone in the future if he doesn't want to get greeted with a gunshot. You Delators are all the same, that's for sure. Don't you worry, I'll pass word on my father you haven't heard the last of this, believe me. She stares down her nose at me, then we both turn on our heels. Do a little hair flip on my way out. Alright, that did not explode as much as I thought it would. After all the excitement, the tower, Yves Maltier, life has returned to its normal course. Of course, I'm still concerned about what the Maltiers might do next, now that Mom is back at the castle. I had Frank on the phone, but he seemed to have other things on his mind. Maybe he found another woman finally. He told me he would be back and we'd have to talk. I don't know how to feel about that. I regret calling him. With all the new developments, I'd completely forgotten about my impending inspection at school. So when I find a man in a suit waiting in front of the classroom the following week, I'm caught off guard. He introduces himself as Mr. Muller, National Education Inspector. He tells me he'll be following me all day, observing how I teach mathematics. He takes a seat at the back of the classroom and begins to take notes. One of the most harrowing experiences is when the principal or assistant principal is like, and today's observation day, and you're like, shit, time to change up my lesson plan so that I'm not making a fool of myself for the kids. I teach my class as usual. I see him make a face as I'm explaining, with clarity and verve, a slightly complex theorem. I decide to put his grimace down to some shortcoming in basic geometry on his part, and I continue teaching without letting it bother me. At the end of the day, Muller greets me coldly, criticizing my method as being inappropriate for middle-aged students. I defend myself vehemently against the so-called authority who remains deaf to my logic and arguments. When I get into my car to drive home, I'm fuming. It's almost like I went to school for a PhD and not to be a teacher. They're supposed to help you if you don't do well in this observation. Yeah. Supposed to. As I drive into the yard, I see Frank's van is already there. The Duval Scaparent. I prepare myself for a difficult conversation about our future. As I get out of the car, I see him waiting for me in the doorway. Is Mom with me still? Mom, can you run interference? Daphne. Hello, Frank. We need to talk. I follow him into the living room. I can see he's furious. I haven't seen him in this kind of cold rage for a long time. Not since the day I took my things and left him 6 months ago. Our relationship is at a turning point again, and I need to choose my words carefully if I want to avoid a scene. I ran into your mother. She told me I should do what I had to do, and that you shouldn't wait dinner for her. Oh. Okay. Fuck, Mom's not home. We're quiet for a while, carefully avoiding each other's gaze. Finally, Frank breaks the silence. Takes a deep breath and spits it out. I don't like this situation one bit. You keep pushing me away. It can't go on any longer. I know, I probably forced your hand when I moved into the village without consulting you. Yeah. Besides, you've been acting strange since I came here because you randomly showed up here. Get out of my house. I don't want us to get back together. I don't want to lose you. Well, it's definitely not the last one. I don't want us to get back together sounds kind of like I want us to stay friends. You know, this is like the middle of the roadie answer, and then this is just the get the fuck out of my life answer. um, Again, we've been trying to cut Frank from the beginning. We're going to stick with the cutting Frank route. So we're going to get out of my house. What? You pursue me to the other side of the country. Then you make me spend time with you before disappearing for a month. Meanwhile, Yves Malter comes to threaten me at my door. Mom comes back from Hong Kong. I have an inspection at the school. And like that, without any warning, you turn up and casually tell me I've been strange lately? Let me remind you that we broke up, Frank. So if you would please take your stuff and stop haunting me once and for all. Frank gives me a black look. Is that really what you think? I don't see how I can make myself any clearer. Go away. Okay. At least I know I've done all I could. The people from the village were right when they say you Delators are all witches. Those stories have gone to your head. Just look at yourself. I don't recognize you anymore. You've changed the way you dress, and your hair with that side part. Goodbye, Daphne. I wish you joy of it all. Your castle and your Malters. He stands up and looks down on me with contempt. Then he leaves the room. When I hear the engine of the van disappear in the distance, I'm struck by the conviction that I will never see him again. I stay alone in the living room, dumbstruck for a long time after Frank has left. Then, without warning, I burst into tears. How can he be so cruel? I've forgotten how much he could hurt me. When I leave, when I think he even called me a witch, he... For God's sake, I got a PhD in mathematics! Girl. When the tears finally stop, I pour myself a glass of white wine from the fridge and decide that I deserve a cigarette to calm my nerves. As I walk across the house, I realize my mother has made herself scarce. I don't know whether I should be grateful or should blame her for avoiding the situation. I go to my bedroom to get my cigarettes, light one up, and let myself slump to the foot of the bed, facing the mirror. The image reflected is a pale, haggard young woman, her makeup smeared down her face. Then I realize my hair is a mess. Suddenly, I decide I've had enough of this halo of long hair that's always falling in my eyes. Without hesitation, I grab a pair of scissors, stored in the sewing box next to the bed. I gather the strands at the back of my head and hack away until I'm left with a long auburn ponytail in my hair. I feel a little better, seeing my face framed by the uneven bob in the mirror. Hot blonde arc! Almost. Liberated. I decide the evening has been emotional enough. I undress and climb under the covers in my underwear, abandoning a mess of clothes and sniffed hair where they'd fallen at the foot of the bed. When I wake up the next morning, it takes a while for everything to come back to me. But when I touch my hair and discover the strands are way shorter than they should be, it all comes back to me. The inspector. Frank's departure. I eat a hasty breakfast, shower, then it's time to get dressed. I've had more than enough of hearing myself called a witch, so I decide to stop wearing, for now, any item that might cast doubt about my views on the matter. Instead of putting on my usual clothes, I choose a pair of shiny black leggings and a nice top that I team with a long gold necklace. Inspecting my reflection in the mirror, I'm quite satisfied with my choices, but I can't deny the evidence. My hairdressing skills leave a lot to be desired. I wonder if this is like a combination of like all the choices we made up to this point has decided what outfit we're wearing, kind of thing. A phone call later to make sure they can fit me in. I'm sitting in front of a mirror in the village hair salon. The hairstylist has handed me a magazine with a profusion of hairstyles to choose from, not hesitating to tell me that I had made a big mess when I showed her what I'd done. I'm leafing through it frantically, searching for the cut that would answer my need for change when she decides to put me out of my misery. Found anything you like? I'm not sure. What do you recommend? I'm assuming you'll want a brand new. Oh God, I don't know what voice I'm doing right now. I assume you're wanting a brand new look for. Are you? Oh, no, that wasn't it either. She opens the magazine to a page showing the picture of a young woman who's wearing some sort of very blonde, very edgy short bob, the complete opposite of my old style. The hair doesn't care for her when she's like, "Girl, this is an emergency." You're lucky you got the perfect bone structure for this kind of geometric hairstyle, don't you think? Moved by the sudden impulse, I hear myself answering. That looks just perfect. The color too? This time I hesitate a second before asking myself what's the problem. Sure, make me blonde while you're at it. We chat as she snips my hair. I'm surprised I'm not panicking, seeing the massive hair that's piling up on the salon floor. Then she bleaches what's left, and with the help of some large quantities of products and some sophisticated blow drying techniques, I see the new Daphne's emerged. I take a minute to contemplate my reflection before leaving the chair. I'm pleased to see that any distinctly witchy attributes have been completely erased. On the contrary, the mirror shows a confident woman, spirited and sure of herself, and also a witch who can change her shape using shape-shifting magic, apparently. Tip that hairdresser well, goddamn. The new haircut will probably be harder to maintain than my old long hair, but I guess that's a price I'm ready to pay. Smiling, I pay and jump into my car to go perform my duties as a substitute teacher. Oh, the holiday season's arrived fast, never mind. I spend it at home with Mom and the Bortines. Yves Malter hasn't shown up, not since he came to present his offer to me when Mom got in the way of his plans. I've decided not to worry about it for the time being. I need time to get my head around everything I've learned. God damn. I feel impotent in the face of this threat, but I know my best weapon against the local dogmatism is still my skeptical scientific mind. I've used the school break to prepare my classes in advance, and I've immersed in the program for the next trimester. It helps take my mind off things. Preparing basic geometry exercises helps clear my head. I still have the strange dreams, but they're different now. I'm still in the forest, but there's no more pool, no more sphinx. I've given up trying to make sense out of it. Each time the dream ends with my encounter with the strange beast, we watch each other. It feels like it's trying to tell me something, but it can't speak. It's as if it wanted something from me. Then it hurls itself at me and I wake up with a jolt. Chapter 6. January. Then, classes started again. I grudgingly go back to school. On one hand, the mathematics helps me feel grounded in the face of the uncanny atmosphere of the village. It also helps keep Yves Mater off my mind. But on the other hand, I don't feel as if I'm 100% of my capacities with this job, which consists mainly of drumming the simplest of theorems into children who often struggle to follow my reasoning. God damn. When Mr. Muller, the inspector, arrives on a Friday afternoon and takes me aside to have a chat, I'm a bit worried, all the more since my contract is about to end. I'm quite surprised when, instead of giving me a dressing down, he congratulates me for having gotten my act together brilliantly and tells me he perceives unexplored potential in me. After seeing my brilliant university degrees, apparently the fact that I'm completely overtrained for the job came as a revelation to him. He offered me a promotion. It seems the local education authority has been concerned about Mr. Chastanet's inertia and lack of leadership for several years, and they asked if I would be interested in taking over the direction of the school as the new principal. We got so hot, we got promoted. Of course, I'll have to undergo some training and bide my time with my students until then. So when I'm asked about to the principal's office a few days later, I have some idea of the subject of discussion. What a walk-up. The room is shadowed in gloom. I can make out the shape of the principal. Slumped behind his desk, he watches me enter with a mournful look. He looks like he's been drinking. We'll go with that. Hello, Miss Delator. Take a seat, please. Mr. Chastanet. As I sit down, he rummages around in a drawer and finds a bottle of spirit and 2 glasses. Yep, disheveled. Wow. Can I pour you a small one? No, thank you. We're being strict with him. No. Oh, never mind. That was not strict. Don't worry, it will stay between us. Ignoring my refusal, he pours out a tot for me and a large slug for himself, drinks it all in one gulp, and serves himself another. I suppose you've seen Mr. Muller. Well, yes. Don't play the innocent. I know what's going on. I have my sources at the local education office. 30 years on the job. 30 years of loyal duty. But I could see it coming, you know. I could smell something fishy going on. Think you could teach your grandmother to suck eggs? Mr. Chastanet, get a hold of yourself. I'll get a hold of what I want. For 30 years I kept my nose clean, bowing and scraping, and all for what? He stares into emptiness, as if he's lost his train of thought. Oh, yes. He pours himself another drink. What was I saying? You were at 30 years of bowing and scraping, I believe. Well, yeah, soon you'll be in my shoes, then you'll understand the burdens of administration. I should have seen it coming. All those stories about the Delapiers and the Melasquers, and now with Sophie back in the village. We used to be friends, you know, Sophie and I. Well, I mean, Mrs. Delatour when we were young. We sowed wild oats together? Really? Oh god, is he our dad? Well, sure, but that was before she became infatuated with Yves Maltier. I knew that would end badly. I could see it. Okay, so Yves is our father. Sorry, Yves Maltier and my mother? Oh, you didn't know? He looks through the window, damp-eyed. Twice. Twice I've been had by your damn family. You know, I used to be a teacher too. Physical education. Well, we used to call it gym back then. I hope you'll think of me when you're behind this desk. What happened between Yves and my mother, I won't forget you. You got what you deserved. Like, give us the door drop. What happened between Yves and my mother? My career. My whole life's work is about to be taken from me, and that's all you have to say? He burst into tears. I don't know what to do. Get out of my office. But I demand that you leave. Leave me alone. He's a sorry sight, the poor man. I leave the room in silence. I don't have the heart to kick a man when he's down. That's a lie, but okay. The day stretches out before me. All I want is to get home. Mom and I need to have a little chat. When I get home, Mom's preparing dinner in the kitchen. She looked up as I come in, and she must realize I got something on my mind. Daphne, is everything alright? You got a face like a wet weekend. We have to talk, Mom. I talked to Jean Chestnut today. Oh? Is something wrong at work? Let's just say he heard about my promotion and he didn't take it very well. Oh? But that's not what I wanted to talk about. Chestnut was half drunk and he let something slip. Something about you and Yves Malter before you left. Would you care to explain? There's an awkward silence. Mom dries her hand on a towel and takes a deep breath. I knew this business would resurface sooner or later. And it didn't occur to you that, I don't know, I might want to hear it from you, rather than from Jean Chestnut of all people? I'm sorry, Daphne. When I arrived at the castle, there was so much to tell you. I figured you could wait. There was no hurry. It's only been 2 months. And weeks went by, and then holidays, and then you went back to work, and you couldn't find the right moment, and you were literally in the house with me. But I swear, this time I'll tell you everything. Let's just start at the beginning. Were you mentally involved? Is he my father? Just lay it out flat. Is he my father? Star. We have not seen a star in a long time. Is Yves Maltiera my father? Great gods, no. Oh, thank God. But it's true that we did have a fling, Yves and I. He was different back then. You must realize that. He wasn't the man he's become. We both wanted to be free from the prison of our families. Your grandmother, Adelaide, had a hard time accepting it at first, but she realized quickly that it was an alliance that would put an end to the old quarrel. But to the Maltieres, it was scandalous. Maltieres' heir getting mixed up with the Delator. They put all their effort and ingenuity into breaking us up, and they succeeded. Yves broke my heart, and all of our plans went down the drain. What happened next? It took me a few months to get myself together. I did some things I'm not proud of during that time. I wanted to hurt Yves as much as he hurt me. I slept around. I wanted to get a reaction out of him, but to see him, it was stupid. I know that now, but we were only 18. And then I got pregnant. So who's my father? Do you even know? No, I've never been sure, and it didn't matter, not to me nor your grandmother. It was the tradition. Women have always been at the head of the house, Stellator. Some of our ancestors took partners, and your grandmother did, but most remained single or had several lovers during their time. The fact that there was no father was somehow the way things were meant to be. The only thing I'm sure of is it wasn't Yves. So that's how they make it safe if you tried to go the other route. And then, was it your pregnancy that made you leave the village? In a way. Mom hesitates to talk. I get the feeling I'm getting to the heart of the problem. Mom, I have to know. I feel like there's something huge that you're not telling me about my birth. I can't go on any longer. Do you understand? She looks at me, distraught. I realize we're dredging something up, something she's tried to forget to bury for all these years. It wasn't the pregnancy that made me leave. It was the death of the baby. Oh. A shiver runs down my spine. I'm taken back to when I went through myself only a year ago. You mean, did you lose a child before you had me? I don't understand. I was expecting twins. It was your sister that I lost, Daphne. And it's Yves and Maltier's fault. My head is spinning. I tell her I need to go to the bathroom, but in truth, I need a moment alone in the living room. I need a cigarette. A twin sister. How could she hide it from me for all those years? I mean, the sister was dead upon birth, it sounds like. So, the fact that she was lost, it changes everything. When I return to the kitchen, Mom is at the window, smoking a cigarette herself. How could you have hidden losing your baby, my sister, for all these years? She looks at me, her face sorrowful. What would it have changed? Besides, How can you blame me for keeping it quiet when you went through the same thing yourself? Oh, don't look at me like that. I talked to Frank before you left. He told me you'd lost a baby. It's our curse. For over a century since the Maltieres offered our children in sacrifice. That's impossible. Do you think Eves might have sacrificed my baby? What? No, he doesn't even know we lived. No, that's impossible. But that was impossible. You were in Hong Kong, woman. You can't cause miscarriages with what, magic rituals? It's the only explanation. Each generation of Maltieres offers the firstborn of the Delatores. That's how they took power in the village and how they keep it. Generation after generation, they've weakened our line. Your grandmother was sure that because you survived and were in fact the firstborn, you'd be the one to break the cycle. That's why I left. I didn't want her to have any say in your upbringing. Her expectations of you would have been unendurable. And anyway, she was wrong. As you said, you don't have any particular magical abilities after all. Probably because we've been a little too global. Not enough starry. Anyways, life goes on. I know what you went through. Must have been hard, but I could get through it. I'm sure you can too. We would look at each other. That's when Mama understands. She finally understands the truth that I can't utter out loud, not without breaking down. There won't be any other children. I've opened my mouth, but no words come out. Don't say anything, Daphne. I understand. We're both silent. What else is there to say? If this is all true, it means Eves Maltier is responsible for the death of my sister. Perhaps for the death of my child. Maybe even for... I don't know what to think. I think about Miss Levesque, and I'm engulfed by doubt. I know I've been too passive. I know. I have to act. That is, it's time. I'm furious. Between my mother hiding things from me and the Maltieres who spend their time doing what anyway? Spreading lies? Or could there be any truth behind all of this? I don't know what to think anymore. I could confront Eves immediately. I've waited long enough. If he's able to destroy a life with a snap of his fingers like that, someone has to stop him. But perhaps charging right in isn't such a good idea. I think of Celine Maltier. I know she and Eves are close, at least at work. She must have some information about what Eves is planning. She's definitely also close to him, not in work only because of the whole bakery scene, but okay. I don't know her very well, but perhaps she'll agree to help me. What should I do? Well, we definitely don't have Celine on our side, so I don't know if talking to her is worth it. We kidnapped her. We're going straight to the source. Come on, Eves. We're talking to Eves. I see light flickering through the frosted glass. The door is thrown wide open. Eves, dressed in his bathrobe, standing smirking. Ah, Miss Delator, what a surprise. I confess I hardly recognize you. In my bathrobe. Alone. In my house. My abode. Have you changed something since the last time we saw each other? Never mind, never mind. What brings you here so late? Let me guess. You've reconsidered my offer. But I knew you were a clever young woman. My wife Clothiade, well, I can't conceal she's not very fond of you, but she could testify. I've always said you'd see the light in the end. So? You killed my sister. You killed my child. Let's blame him for the sister. You killed my sister. Ah, such perspicacity, whatever. And it only took you 6 months to reach this conclusion. There's anger in your eyes, and perhaps some fear? If it's comfort to you, I didn't get any pleasure out of it. I only did what I had to do. How can you justify such acts? It's simple. Family. As for explanations, we're getting worked up. Are you kidding me? Don't use your family to justify your actions. You're in no position to moralize, Daphne. We have much more in common than you care to admit, you and I. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know. Something tells me Miss Levique would agree with me. If she was still with us, I mean. But I see you'd rather bury your head in the sand. Go home. It's late. And don't think I take your threats lightly. There will be consequences, I promise you. I hope you'll be more amenable the next time we talk. He slams the door in my face. That went about as well as I expected it to go. I toss and turn for the rest of that night. Something tells me Yves Maltier isn't making empty threats. The next morning is gloom. I feel a sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Tez, hello. When I'm called to the office for an emergency during my second class in the morning, I'm not particularly surprised. The secretary tells me he had a call from Mr. Bortine that there's been an accident at the castle. I waste no time in running my car and rushing back home. Oh god, there was an accident. I see the smoke, ominous, above the treetops before I even reach the lane into the castle. As I drive in, I find Mr. Bortine wretched and in shock. He's surrounded by a team of firefighters. One of them comes towards me, looking serious. Are you Captain Ribiere? Are you Miss Delannoy? Yes, I am. What happened? Hello, madam. I'm Captain Ribiere. There was a chimney fire on the second floor in a wing of the main building. Gerard called us and we were able to intervene quickly. Where's my mother? Is she? The words catch in my throat. We called for an ambulance immediately. They've already taken her to the emergency center. We were able to get to her quickly, but I'm afraid her chances of survival are slim. But how did it happen? We think your mother started a fire in the chimney of her bedroom. The flue must have caught fire, and the smoke that would have spread quickly across the floor. We found her unconscious by her bedroom door. We evacuated her and extinguished the fire. With this kind of accident, death occurs after 3 to 5 minutes of smoke exposure. It's a miracle she was still alive when we found her. Gerard Bortine raises his head, face suddenly reacting. Oh, Mrs. Daphne, it's all my fault. If I'd known. It's been ages since the bedroom chimneys have been swept. Gerard, it was an accident. You were aware of the fire fast, and you alerted us as soon as you discovered it. You couldn't have done anything more. Do you know where she has been sent? We may be a small town, but we still have a small emergency center. At least for now, you'll find her there. I spend the evening in the hospital. The doctor tells me that Mom still hasn't regained consciousness, and that her chances are extremely slim. I wait tensely in the waiting room, hoping she'll come around, hoping the doctors will tell me I can see her, and hoping they say at last that they're going to be alright. I'd just fallen asleep, curled up on a chair in the waiting room, when a man in a white coat wakes me gently. It's official. Sophie Delatour, deceased, cause of death, carbon monoxide poisoning from smoke inhalation. I go home, in a state of shock. I light a cigarette, and inhaled the smoke of that instead. Days pass me by in a daze. I've lost all notion of time. Is it Wednesday? Thursday? I don't know. Not anymore. Getting my mother back, just to lose her again so suddenly. Is Yves Maltier really responsible for her death? Is all this nothing but some cosmic curse that will continue to persecute me? Are the town plans still a go? Since I lost the baby, the inheritance, moving house, I'm lost. I hear the doorbell. There's somebody at the door. Is it Eve's back to torment me? I don't have the strength to get up, even less so to go answer the door. I wait for someone to answer. I call to Mrs. Bortine. There's no reply. Has she gone home? Did anybody make sure that she was home? The doorbell rings again. I crawl off the sofa and go into the entry hall. I hesitate again for a second. Then I muster up my courage and open the door. Who the fuck are you? There's a middle-aged man waiting behind the door. In his overall look and his old tobacco scent didn't tell me enough about his political views. The red scarf leaves no doubts. Jean-Pierre Tavernier. Hello, Daphne. I'm Jean-Pierre Tavernier. Yes. I'm here in the name of the sawmill workers. Do you have a minute? Not really. Not really, sorry. Dad? Oh, don't worry, I won't take long. I just wanted to give you this. He puts a big bouquet of flowers into my arms. When we heard about your mother, we all chipped in. I saw a notification about edging. Hello, Raffle. Welcome to the edging stream. Join along the edge. We want to show our support. The Maltieres have been exploiting us for years, and we've had enough. I'm not sure what I can do for you. I understand I've had enough too. I don't understand what I can do for you. I'm glad you resubbed during the edging stream, Raffle. Unionize. That's kind of you, but I'm not sure what it is that I can do for you. What you can do for us? Are you joking? You don't realize it, but you've already done it. Just standing up for them, fighting back. It's fantastic. Gotta keep going. I can't stop now. And you're a teacher, a civil servant, right? You're on the same side. Well, kind of, not really, kind of. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about politics. If you ever do want to, I'm your man. I know the people of the village didn't give you a warm welcome when you arrived. I just randomly showed up myself. And neither did I. With your castle and all, I figured you were on the side of the oppressors. I realize I misjudged you. So I just wanted to say you have friends at the sawmill. We've all had enough of the Maltieres and their schemes. That's nice. Thank you. Well, that won't keep you any longer. The workers of the sawmill are behind you, and the wind of change is blowing in the village too. We'll stand up and be counted, and the people will be freed from the shackles of the tyrants. Sorry, I'm already getting a bit worked up, and it's not even in the big night yet. Will you change the water of the flowers? It's important, you know. Oh yes, of course. Okay, I'll get out of your hair now. Have a good day, comrade. Is that a Russian accent? I don't know what accent I was doing at that point. Their accents are really flowing a lot throughout the gameplay. Characters just show up and then they disappear forever, and then they suddenly show up and have like an entire scene again, and I'm like, what happened? Who were you? I don't remember who you were. He goes to the car, opens the door, and then before getting behind the wheel, he turns to me and raises his left fist. He then speeds away and disappears around the bend. I must admit that was the last thing I was expecting. I was not expecting any of this either, girl. I just hope I won't wake up one morning to find a battalion of strikers barbecuing sausages around an oil drum fire in the courtyard. That's a sentence. The rest of the week goes by in an atmosphere of tense expectation. I know Eves hasn't had his last word, he just leaves me alone and doesn't ever discuss anything with me. Mr. Bortine went into the wing to evaluate the damage. It's not as bad as we thought. A fresh coat of paint, some new curtains, and he assures me to be as good as new. Just the landlord special. The wardens have been particularly distressed by my mother's passing. Mr. Bortine is even more impenetrable than usual. As for Mrs. Bortine, she's made herself very scarce. I doubt she's been outside the lodge much in the last few days. Ooh, nice buttery cracker. Let's go. But what surprised me the most are the messages of support from the village. I didn't realize that on the heels of Jean-Pierre Chavier, as so many people would reach out to us with their best wishes and support. So when the day of Mom's funeral arrives, I'm only half surprised to see the cars arriving one after the other at the castle. I guess I could thank the Bortines for spreading the word. In her will, my mother stated that she would be buried in the tradition. The hot blonde arc stays winning, which is why we're all gathered here at the edge of the forest to scatter her ashes. I know most of you haven't seen my mother in over 30 years, since she was cast out of the village by the Maltier family. Seeing so many of you here to bid her farewell warms my heart. There goes Mom. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, blowing in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. I open the urn and allow the ashes scatter on the freezing wind. Tears blur my vision along with the mom ashes that blew in my face, but I have to be strong. Behind me, the small group from the village who came to witness the ceremony observe a minute of silence and contemplation. If you're here, I know it's because you expect something from me. You think I'm the heiress of an ancient tradition. But you're wrong. I'm not what you think I am. All I want is a bit of peace and tranquility, but I cannot accept that the Maltiers should take advantage of the people's dogmatism any longer. Oh, I'm no fool. I know many of you came because you think my mother's death is due to some parlor trick of the Maltiers. They've terrorized you for years with their insane superstitions, and they've bossed you around, overcoming little by little the whole village. And as if controlling the whole economy wasn't enough, they also controlled the town hall without any opposition. And whenever someone threatens to break their monopoly, they just have to raise the boogeyman of the local legends, and everyone lets them go right on scheming with complete impunity, don't they? It can't continue, I promise you. I won't bow to their threats. This is my mom's funeral, and we're having this speech. And if all of you gathered here have decided to stop playing their little games, then perhaps at last we can stand up to them. It's a Ray who's still alive. Good morning. Hi, Angie. I stayed live just for you. Uh-huh. Angie, you only slept for like 3 hours. Go back to bed. Really? Yves Maltier, who must have witnessed the scene, pushes through the crowd to approach me. Everyone watches him. When he reaches me, he looks down at me with a condescending air. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Mr. Bortune nod sadly, then move off towards the lodge at a brisk pace. Oh, he's getting the gun! He's getting the gun! Yves turns to the crowd. All your faces gathered here today, I know them personally. How many of you feed your families thanks to the sawmill? He points at a man in the crowd. You, Mr. Brunel, didn't I lend you some money when you wanted to open your cobbler shop? He turns to someone else. And you, Mrs. Legendre, when your husband died and you couldn't make ends meet, who found you a place to live? A murmur runs through the crowd. All of you, at one time or another, have turned to my family to ask for help. And now what? You stab me in the back? You disown me after everything I've done for you? You put your trust in a stranger? As Yves puts a dramatic hand to my head, a vision of profound disappointment, someone in the crowd cries out, But she's a delator! A delator? For over a century, the delators have cloaked themselves in their so-called dignity, while we, the Maltiers, did everything to make the village prosper. What's left of their ancient glory? A decaying castle. What have you done for the village, Daphne? Well, I'm listening. What have you done? I'm now the principal of the middle school, motherfucker. Yves glowers at me, and I know I need to choose my next words carefully. Play the victim, argue, calm things down. I don't like any of these three options. Of these three options, I want to argue with him. You say that you help people, but nobody's fooled. The whole village knows that everything you do only out of self-interest. That's not true. I've done more for the village than the Delators ever did. Then how do you explain why so many of your fellow citizens have reached out to me with words of support and friendship, Mr. Mayor? There's a murmur around us. For the first time, Eve seems ill at ease. You've put a spell on them. This isn't right. Says you, who's taken advantage of those beliefs for years. Go home, Eves. You're making a fool of yourself. You think you have power, but as soon as anyone refuses to bow to your rules, your house of cards collapses all on its own. I warn you. I cut him before he can finish the sentence. You'll warn me of what? You're responsible for the death of my mother? Don't push me. You don't know what I'm capable of. You don't scare me. Stop your crowing, Yves. I doesn't intimidate me. It's my turn to look down on him. You're nothing but a paper tiger. I don't know what that means. I'm dumb. He stares at me with a mix of rage and impotence of confusion as to what the hell a paper tiger means. I meet his gaze and we look down at each other in the eye for a long moment. Until he looks away. He blinked! I win! You know the way out. As you might have guessed, you're not welcome here. I turn away, about to push through the stunned crowd who have witnessed the scene. Someone in the crowd cries out a warning. I don't have time to turn when I hear a gunshot. Yves collapses at my feet. His hand, red with blood, clutches his right shoulder. Let's go, Mr. Bellator. Fuck yeah! A few yards away, Mr. Bortine holds his hunting rifle. The barrel smokes, the delicate curls floating up towards the sky. Epilogue. Spring. Miss, I'm in the garden, enjoying the first of the sunshine with a good book and a cup of coffee. My king who finished the crossword. I look up. Mrs. Bortine, probably just back from the courthouse, drags me from my reading. Even if I hadn't doubted the outcome of the trial, the smiling face in front of me tells me the good news. Besides, since the incident with Yves, the Maltiers have made themselves scarce. They say in the village that Yves doesn't leave the town hall much anymore, and that his convalescence has been difficult. I don't know what the future has in store, but I hope the storm is now, finally, behind me. So, what's the verdict? He was acquitted. With a number of witnesses who testified in his favor, the judge had no choice. In the end, what tipped the scales on the side of self-defense was the testimony of Mr. Tavernier, a small mill worker. He swore under oath that he'd seen Yves Maltier take a knife from his pocket. I'm so glad we took the flowers. I guess that, for once, no bribe could have changed the verdict. Oh, yes, miss. He wanted to go home and rest, but I came right away to tell you the good news. Now, if you don't need me, I'll go back home with my husband, who just got freed from shooting a man. It's okay, Mrs. Bortine. I don't need anything. You should spend time with your husband. You deserve it. In that case, I'll see you tomorrow, miss. I'll make up your room. The sheets need changing. I could try once more to persuade her to let me do my own housework, but I know it's a losing battle. Okay. Have a nice day, Mrs. Bortine. I pour myself another coffee and sit, lost in thought. That's when I see the tall, blonde figure coming up the path. She's striding purposefully towards the castle, but when she sees me in the garden, she hesitates briefly, then heads in my direction. Oh! Hi, Mother. Not my mother. The mother of the... Yeah. Anyway. Hello, Miss Delator. I was going to knock, but when I saw you, I thought I'd come directly to you. Clotilde Malter looks ill at ease, and seems to have traded in her habitual haughtiness for a douse of humility. Offer her a coffee. Make her understand she's not welcome. Make her understand she is not welcome. Look, Clotilde, you must be aware you're not welcome here. It gives me no pleasure to be here, I assure you. If I'm here, it's because I'm gambling that you have had enough good manners and common sense to have let me have a minute of your time. We have nothing to say to one another. We're going harsh. I'm sorry, but I don't think we have anything to say to each other. Shall I ask Mr. Bortine to show you the way out, or can you find it on your own? She glares at me, outraged. Oh, don't give me that look. I'm only treating you the same way you've been treating me since I arrived. She opens her mouth to speak, then snaps it shut, as if consumed by cold rage. Goodbye, Clotilde. Without saying a word, she turns and leaves. I watch her until she disappears behind the trees. I haven't seen Clotilde since that spring day. A couple of weeks later, the news of Eve's death began to circulate the village. He'd hanged himself in the office at the city hall. Clotilde left the area without a word, taking most of the assets the Malters had accumulated for generations with her. Little by little, people began to talk, and Eve's shady deals were revealed. Rapidly, the Maltier name was no longer a synonym for respect and fear on the lips of the villagers. Time passed. Days were longer. Little by little, the summer heat arrived to warm the cold stones. In August, there were rumors about the financial instability of the sawmill and its eventual closing. There was a climate of anxiety on the village. After all, it was the first time in more than a century that the population couldn't look to the Maltiers either to guide them or as a scapegoat for their troubles. In the end, even the Maltiers were the architects of their own demise. It left me with a bitter taste in my mouth. As for me, damn, I look good in a suit. I spent most time of the summer break studying. When school started again, I went back, but this time as the school principal. If someone had told me that the turn my career would take only a year ago, I never would believe it. I'm so grateful for the unbelievable series of events that brought me here. The weird nightmares became less and less frequent until they stopped entirely. There are still some things I can't explain. The death of Mrs. Leveque, my mother's accident. I try not to think about it. Is there any semblance of truth, or was it all nothing but a Maltier manipulation? I guess I'll never know for sure. And it's probably better that way. I'd rather focus on my career. To captain the ship of the school, the satisfaction year after year of teaching all these students. To transmit good values and prepare them for adult life. It's a bit like having a very large extended family. Could things have turned out differently? I wonder about that from time to time. What could have happened if I had chosen a partner to share my days? My troubles? If I had believed in magic more, or, on the contrary, doubted? I feel like we went very harshly into the doubted route, but okay. If I had given in to anger, to despair. Or perhaps to calm, to leniency. Would my life be different? Would I, myself, be different? I don't know. I've gone with the flow. I've done all I could. I've dangled over the precipice for a long time, clinging to the comfort of my uncertainties. Some would say I edged. Of my doubts, the void constantly calling to me. I've let my feet guide me, one after the other, along the edge. Dun 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 dun. Achievement unlocked. Eulogist of progress. I guess that means we lean very heavily towards the globe and the moon, which we pretty much felt very strongly. Achievement unlocked. 1 year of solitude. Achievement unlocked. Hegemony. That's a word. Orphan. That's another word. Oh, hegemony was an achievement. Obliterate the Maltier family. Let's go! We won! Achievement unlocked. Short hair, don't care. Achievement unlocked. Like a virgin. Alright. Like a virgin is refused both Frank and Stan's advances. Interesting. Okay. Yay, let's go! So that was Along the Edge. First playthrough, going through. Like I said before at the beginning of this game, it is a very strongly choose-your-own-adventure style visual novel. As you can tell by the achievements, we got a few. You can kind of guess what some of these might be based on the titles of them. Mending the Wound, 1 Year of Solitude, Love at First Sight is probably like getting with Frank versus getting with Stan kind of thing. And we just got with neither. But one of the things that this game is very much a thing of is like the character will physically change throughout it as you do different choices. So as you saw, we are very much not the same look that we had at the beginning when we finished, and that the character was actually changing throughout it. They kind of made mention to it a couple times along the way. So each of these endings has like different looks and stuff, styles to it too, which is cool. I like that. That's really cool. Also, apparently they have another game coming called After the Wane. She was so pretty. I wonder if I could show off the store page trailer. I don't know if it's going to play very well. Go check it out for yourself on Steam if you haven't already. But thank you all for hanging out and chat, enjoying this read-through with me. And I guess let's see where we're going to go. Where are we raiding to? What's a good person to go to? I feel like we should go to something that's like somewhat in the same kind of vein, right? Visual novel / choose your own adventure game. Hi and bye. Hi Kiri, bye Kiri. Kiri, don't forget to check your lust on the way out. Ooh, I know where we're going. Okay. Grab a raid message. If you're a follower, grab the first one. If you're a subscriber, you can grab the second one. Solid 50. Good job, Kiri. Love to see that. Alright. We're going to head on over. Kind of visual novel-ish. Not quite, but it's kind of the same vein to a degree. Nate is playing Split Fiction with Sora. So go show Nate lots of love. Go show Sora lots of love. And take care of yourselves. Next stream will be on Sunday. We'll be doing a demo gameplay game day. We got about 6 or 7 demos that I've been queuing up over the past couple of weeks that I wanted to check out and try out. And, just have fun playing and goofing around with y'all. So, Go show Nate and Sora lots of love. Wish them luck with Split Fiction. And take care of yourselves. See you all Sunday. Don't go too crazy. Bye-bye!